5.5 minute microphone test, 5.5 minute microphone test. And we are live here at Poker House Fort Worth in Burleson. My name is Reese. This is Flight A. Flight A of this $50,000 guaranteed tournament. We've starting this out with what looks like 3 tables. Every one of these players paying $65 to play in this $30,000 or $50,000 guaranteed tournament. It's only $65. They can pay an additional $10 to get an additional 10,000 in chips, but $65 to get into that $50,000 guaranteed tournament. Been very, very excited about this tournament ever since we did it back in June. Our prize pool is almost $70,000 back in June. See if we can get there and maybe even more on this one. Right off the bat here, got 4 players to a flop. King Jack 5 here on this flop. It's going to be Sean with second pair, Rich with the gut shot. Miz, haven't seen him in a little while. He's the one that raised this up, keeping the pedal to the metal, and it may get through. Nope, Sean wants to see one more card. He's got second pair. See if Rich here with the gut shot. Yeah, he's going to come along as well, so yeah, Miz is in trouble here. Sean raised it up. I didn't even see that. Great raise by Sean. And Rich is a man that just does not care. He's going to come along as well. Board pairing 5 on the turn. Let's see if Sean keeps up the aggression here. Now he's going to check it over Rich. Come on, Rich. And he does bet. I love it. The aggression. We're here early. You know, you're going to see a lot of this. This is only a $65 entry tournament. And so with this price point, you can definitely afford to fire a few bullets here into this tournament and get a great ROI. Not only do you get to take 2 bags forward into day 2, but if you can get that elusive third bag in these 8 flights, you get a $500 instant bonus on day 2. So there's definitely lots of reasons to fire multiple bullets. Good fold there by Sean, but great poker played by Rich. Guys, not being afraid to get mixed up here early. You've got a little over, just under 3 hours to get into this thing. By the way, we have long registrations on these flights, so plenty of time to get in here, mix it up a bit, try to spin it up, either re-enter into the same flight. Or if you want to come back tomorrow or the rest of the week, that's fine as well. But already got 3 tables going right now for this tournament. DJ another gun here. First tack, going to throw away the 9-6. Rich, king, queen offsuit. It's going to raise this one up to 1,200. And there's Zach, regular here at Poker House Fort Worth. Believe he's been on the stream before. Pretty sure I've seen him on the stream before. I see him all the time in the room. Rich, Zach, and Daryl going 3 ways to this raised up flop here by Rich. 3-7 deuce on this flop. Zach's the only one this is going to hit. Daryl's going to have top pair. Rich is going to continue to bet here, 2,400. Zach with the middle pair. It's going to let that one go. But Daryl flopping top pair wants to see another card just to see. Makes that call. So we're going to go heads up. 4 on the turn. No help to either player. Let's see if Rich keeps on the gas. He does not. They're going to go to a river. A straight, or the spades do get there. Daryl's going to act like he has them here. He's going to bet out 3,000. Rich going to throw his king high into the muck. Good play there by Daryl. Want to thank everyone for tuning in, seeing what's going on. Hopefully, you have seen my little live streams, some of the texts we've sent out, posts on Facebook. What you're watching is day one, flight A. Day one of flight A of this $50,000 guarantee Summer Jam 2. Today's the first day of this tournament, and there's still almost 3 hours of registration left. Like I said, we just got started, so plenty of time to get in on this flight. And I recommend getting in on this flight because you can take 2 bags forward. There's going to be 8 flights into this tournament, and you can take 2 bags forward, combine your top 2 bags, bring them into day two to give yourself the best shot at the lion's share of what it's at least going to be a $50,000 prize pool. And if you can get that third bag, if you can get that third bag bonus, it's an instant $500 triple bag bonus for day two, which is a great incentive to get in early, bag as many times as you can to get to that third bag out of 8 flights. Kenneth making an aggressive raise here, and Miz making back over the top. So these guys are already mixing it up here. I love it. They are not afraid to get this spin it up or re-enter. It's only a $65 entry fee for this $50,000 tournament. So not much to get into this thing. So you can definitely afford to spin it up a little bit. Try to spin up the big stack or re-enter. The value is definitely there. Sean, first winner of the gun, who's going to look down to pocket 10, is going to raise it up to, looks like 600. Rich and Kenneth getting out of the way. Zach coming along. And there's Miz Pocket Jacks just reshipping it. I love it. I love the aggression. Some of these guys probably can't stand it, but this is a $65 tournament for a $50,000 guarantee. There's no reason not to go a little bit crazy here. But Sean here definitely in trouble. He's seen Miz already pushing his stack around quite a bit early. There's no reason for him to think that he is as strong as he is. So he's way behind here. His pocket 10s to Miz's pocket jacks. But again, there's just no reason to put Miz on such a strong hand with as loose as free as he has been with that chip stack. So if I'm Sean, I understand. Yeah, he does make the call there, and he's going to see the bad news that Miz actually woke up with the best of it right now. And that's, again, like I said, kind of hard to believe with as much as he has been splashing around here early. But again, I don't hate the call. And it's only a $65 tournament. So Sean can definitely re-enter the tournament. Plenty of time for registration if you're watching or listening near the Poker House Fort Worth area, or if you're listening or watching around the Dallas area. We're doing this same tournament over at Peaks as well, Poker House Peaks in Dallas. This tournament running concurrently between the 2 clubs. They're going on right now here. I'm looking at their clock on my other monitor. So Jack 7 and 9 outs for the 10. Looking for an 8 or a 10 does not happen. Well, a 10 would have helped, but an 8 would have. So Miz sneaking away there with a quick double up, going to put him up to 54,000 in chips. Again, these guys, this is only a $65 entry tournament. You can you start with 20,000 in chips for $65, and then you can pay an instant bonus of $10 to get an additional 10,000 in chips. So for 75 total, you can get 30,000 in chips here.
James, I need a stack. I don't have any. Well, I need a stack from over here. 30K to C1. Big ball.
Dealer Kevin in the box. A new dealer here to Poker House Fort Worth, but not a new dealer to the overall company. been working over in some of the West Texas rooms for the last few years. Kevin's worked for me for quite a while, and I finally drug him over to the Fort Worth area. And here he is on the live stream. And now Daryl's waking up with a big hand here. At Pocket Kings, looks like he made it maybe 1,600, no, 2,500 to go. Rich Pocket Jacks could get in some trouble here. Let's see if he just chooses to call. He does. He's not going to play him too crazy there. He knows Daryl definitely doesn't do that very lightly. Just wants to see a flop. And now if we get a 10 or less flop out here, Rich and Daryl, you may see some chips fly. Zach's going to make the call with his ace-5 offsuit, and Miz going to come along as well with the 9-6 of diamonds. 4 ways to a flop. Pocket King is well into the lead until a jack is spiked on this flop here for Rich, who immediately checks it. A little bit of something for everybody here, except for Zach maybe. It's going to check over to Daryl. He's going to continue to play his kings as if they are kings, and I do not blame him one bit. He's going to fire out a big bet here of at least 7 to 13,000. And Rich just going to make the call, try to skip some of the people in line here. Miz, who has second pair, I kind of thought he might gamble there a minute, but he didn't. He got his double up. He's going to back down a little bit. And so Daryl here in some trouble. Queen on the turn. And Rich is still going to slow play this, and that's going to invite Daryl to go all in, and Rich is going to snap call, and Daryl's going to see the bad news. Tough beat here for Daryl. Rich picked up a little bit of a couple hands earlier, so Daryl may be the one at risk here. We keep the tournament chips on the stream as close as we can, but with people coming in and coming out, who have some outer tables, this is just a kind of a feature table we have set up. People randomly get pulled in and randomly get pulled out to maintain table balance. We do the best to keep the chips as accurate as possible, but we're just here to commentate and watch on it, let the dealers handle the details of the chips. But it's my guess that Rich definitely does have more chips here. He was involved earlier, won some pots. So Daryl is looking for a king and only a king here on this river. Does not happen. So Rich, massive pot here for him. The jacks coming through and out flopping the kings of Daryl. But that's not going to be the last time we see of Daryl. Daryl's a very experienced tournament player here at Poker House Fort Worth. And he will probably walk over to the tournament podium now and re-enter. Registration is still open for well over 2 hours, so you have plenty of time to come get into this tournament if you're watching or listening in the area, or if you are in the area of Dallas. Poker House Peaks has this same tournament running concurrently along with this one.
Did you guys get that elimination? We just knocked the player out. C4. C4 knocked out. C4's gone.
Been looking forward to this tournament for a month now. We ran it back in June, and it was just a fantastic, good tournament. Like I said, we had almost $70,000 in the prize pool, and I would love to match that again and surpass it between the two clubs. Miz going to call tuner with the 9 deuce. Ammo, Rich, and John all coming along as well. 4 ways to a flop of ace, tray, 8. John having an ace, but only a deuce kicker. We'll see if he wants to lead out here. New to the stream, new to the table. I'm going to put a small bet out there of 600 to kind of see where he is at. Miz here, not much going on, but definitely thinking about this for a moment. Is he going to try to make a play on this? He's going to call. Interesting call there in case, and Rich is going to come along as well. So John has no idea what's coming for him. but that's going to help strengthen his resolve as he is now turned to pair. So if Rich or Miz were planning on making a play, it might not work now. Miz still coming along as he's picked up a pair. Little we know he's drawing dead. Rich with just two overs or two cards, not even overs, just two cards under the ace, but he's got a lot of chips. Does he want to make a play here? No, I'm just gonna go ahead and finally let that one go intelligently slow. So Miz drawing dead. 6 of diamonds on the turn. How much is John gonna bet here? He's gonna stay on it. Miz has to know he has the ace. He doesn't look like a player who's getting out of line. Yeah, he goes ahead and lets that go. He picked up just enough equity with that 2 on the turn to try to float it along. He probably would have folded on the flop if it hadn't been for that, or on the turn if it hadn't been for that pair coming home. But good thing he didn't try to make that play there. I don't think John was going anywhere on that one. Still have quite a few people signing up. We have this main feature table and then 2 outer tables, I believe, maybe 3. Um, the stream itself that we're all watching is 15-minute delay. So you can get the live updates on a Poker Atlas, but the stream is on a 15-minute delay. But regardless, there's plenty of time to still get into this tournament and maybe get on this stream. Maybe get sat at the feature table. 4 players here to a flop of 5, 8, 10, 2 diamonds. No one with diamonds. Zach open-ended. Checks his action over to Miz, who's going to have second pair, ace kicker, and about 1,800 ammo. Lets his hand go. Rich, nothing to go with here. Zach's probably going to peel another card here, which he does. Open-ended here with the 9-7. 3 of hearts, no help to him. See what pricing Miz chooses here now. 4,000, pretty good chunk there of Zach's chips. He's only got 23,000 behind, but he's drawn to the nuts. So he does make the call here. So Zach looking for a jack or a 6. 5 isn't going to do it here. Yeah, he's going to check, and Miz is going to bet one more time. Miz keeping up the aggression after winning that pot early. I do like it a lot. Plenty of time here at Poker House Fort Worth and Poker House Peaks to get in on this $50,000 guaranteed tournament. That's right, $50,000 prize pool. This coming Sunday, 5 days from now, we're going to be right here on this table in this location on this stream, bringing you all the way down to a winner. Hopefully, it's going to be you that's listening or watching right now. All you have to do is come try. And for $65, that is not much you have to pay to try to get that kind of prize pool. Hamlin's going to call 200 to Dan, limping in as well. Rich looking down at the 6-3 offsuit, going to raise this one up to 1,200. Loving the early aggression out of these guys. Miz going to make the call with his ace-9 offsuit. Ammo and Dan, neither one letting go here. So we're going to go 4 ways to a flop. Ace, 6, 4, 2 hearts. No player with a heart draw. Ammo and Miz both having the ace. Miz barely having ammo outpipped here. It's going to check all the way around. 10 of diamonds on the turn. Gives Dan a gut shot. no real help to any other player. Miz going to bet to see kind of where he's at right now. Ammo will probably look him up all the way to the end. Ammo definitely knows how Miz can be a little bit bluffy. Rich here's the one that raised it up pre-flop. Flop's second pair chose not to continue on that flop, but does come along now looking for a 6 or a 3 to take this hand away. Queen on the river doesn't help. The gut shot would have gotten home, but he had to let it go. So 3,500 there from Miz. Like I said, there's no world where Ammo's going to fold here. He's going to look him up every time with an ace. It's a painful call, but I know he's going to make the call. No, surprise, surprise, Reese. Ammo is in it to win it. He knows Miz, but says it's just not the time to be looking him up just yet. Dan here under the gun, new to the table scene at pocket 10 is going to raise this one up to 600. And Zach waking up with pocket kings here, just making the call. That's going to bring along Miz, DJ, and Ammo. Three ace six. Two spades on this flop here. Wait for the graphics to catch up here to see if anybody had a spade draw. I don't see one. It's going to check around to Zach, who's going to bet 2,500. DJ folds, Ammo folds, and Ace staring him out there. Do you think Dan can lay this one down for 2,500? No, he's going to look him up here. So Dan wanting to see one more card. That's not going to be the one he wants to see. Zach now having Dan drawing dead. And Zach just betting out the same hand there. Yeah, and he shows him I'm being friendly. He shows him that he's being friendly. So Dan just had to see one more street. So Zach picks up some much needed chips there. Rich, still your chip leader after making that great play earlier. Definitely seeing some moves being made. People are not afraid to get some stacks into the middle right now. It is still early. Registration is still open for the next 3 hours, and it's only $65. So let's get in there and get into the mix and try to spin it up. Is what some of these guys are thinking. Pocket tends to moves over to Rich now under the gun. Let's see what pricing he wants to make it the big stack. 33 seems to be the number. John and Zach getting out of the way. Miz 4-3 suited, just pretty enough for him to be stacking out some calling chips. Makes that call. DJ looking at both of these players, looking down at Queen 10, throws it in the muck. And Dan getting out of the way. So we're going to go heads up the two largest stacks here at the table. Rich and Miz, pocket tens versus 4-3 suited. And it's going to flop the world. 10, 5, 6, 3 clubs. Miz flopping the flush with the open-ended straight flush draw. King on the turn. So Rich here, who has a set, is gonna. They checked it on the flop, and Miz intelligently checked it back. And so Rich bet 3,300, not knowing that he needs the board to pair in a bad way. The straight flush won't help Miz any here because that'll put 4 to a flush on the board, and Rich does not have a club with those other pairs of the pair of tens in his hand. Obviously, Miz gonna raise him up, and golly, Miz is playing this hand perfectly, representing the king. Rich hoping he has a king. And the board pairs the river there, and Rich gonna take this one away, but he's not gonna bet, and he's gonna have a hard time calling him. His Miz is all in. Yeah, he immediately called. Yeah, because that's a scary all in, but he did call. So wow, wow, wow! What a river card there for Rich. That hand went so quickly, I didn't even have a chance to catch up on what could have happened. And what I was going to say could happen here did happen, but Rich did call a lot quicker than I expected. I guess you never can really fold that there if you have the pocket tens. If uh, if Miz has the king there, if he just happens to have pocket five, pocket sixes, you still win. But you just don't see him waking up there with king six or king five or even pocket kings there very often. So you're never going to lay that down if you are Rich. And Rich is going to stack the massive stack of Miz and be a commanding early chip leader here at this feature table.
Hey, I'm just saying, you said ain't nothing what you can do.
3,300 free flop. Yeah, no kidding. It was 3,300 free flop.
There's a lot. There's a lot you can do. You could
Not free flop.
Free flop.
Only free. Nah.
34-3. A 3-bet.
Rich giving Miz a little bit of the business there for playing 4-3 suited. But you know, a lot of people play those cards these days. You see a lot of that. Little bitty suited connectors, 3-5s, deuce trays, deuce fours. They're great for cracking big hands and would have if that board had not paired the river. So tough beat there for Miz. Tough beat there for Rich, actually, at the beginning. But the better hand ended up the winner. And now the commanding chip leader of this feature table.
Call. shouldn't have been in the hand.
I hit that set with 3 clubs and I what a rip off. You know? I need something fair.
Six-handed again.
They're bringing one over right now. I get it.
Got a fold. 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 Got a call. 300. 12. Raise to 12. Falls 12. Falls 12. 3 players. Got a check. Check. Check.
9-9-4-5 on this flop. Dan flopping trip 9s. Rich going to be taking a stab at this one for 1,600. John with pocket 3s. Pocket 3s here being kind of a bluff catcher, though. And it looks like that's what he may be trying to do, see if Rich is just splashing around those newfound chips. But Dan is here laying in the weeds sneakily on the button. Going to make that call. Sitting here with trip 9s. Did he raise? Looks like he did raise to 32. And Rich just says, heck with it. I do have these chips. I can catch a 6 on this river for a straight. And John going to let his bluff catcher go. So heads up, Rich here looking for a 6. And pretty much only a 6. Does not get there as the 9s full are going to hold. Let's see if Rich tries to make a play, though. No, he's going to check. Dan's going to bet this here, and Rich is going to have to let this one go. He knows Dan's not getting out of line here and knows that Dan has it. And Dan does actually show him that he has it. Help his case there later, and Dan picks up a nice little pot there.
Either card.
You got a new player in. What's your name?
Lamont.
Lamont. 6C3.
Dealer Paul in the box, bringing you this flight A of this $50,000 guaranteed tournament. That's only a $65 entry. That's right, only a $65 entry for this $50,000 guaranteed tournament. There's still over 2 hours left of registration if you're watching or listening near the Poker House Fort Worth or Poker House Peaks area over in Dallas. Both locations, both clubs are running this tournament concurrently together, all 8 flights. You can pick and choose which club you wish to play in. John here in the small blind, looking down at ace queen offsuit, going to raise this one up. Ammo going to make the call with the 10-5 suited. Dan coming along as well with the 8-7 offsuit. Zach going to come in with the queen 9. 4 ways to a flop. King, king, deuce. No one has a king in their hand here. No diamond draws either. We'll see who wants to take the lead on this hand. John catching that queen on the river. Dan looking him up with that pair of sevens. So a little $10,000 a pot there for John. Doing my best here to commentate this live stream. We've got, like I said, Poker House Peaks running this tournament concurrently, and I'm kind of keeping an eye on that one and doing some live checking in on this tournament as well. Just wanted to bring you the Summer Jam action to the live stream. Maybe you're unable to make it to this flight and you want to check out the competition, kind of see how this tournament goes, or maybe this is the first time you're hearing of this tournament. $50,000 guaranteed tournament for only $65. I want to get that out to as many people as possible. So, of course, I'm going to be streaming these flights. Ace, deuce, 9, 2 diamonds on this flop. Zach flopping the queen high flush draw. Lamont and Dan both missing. It's going to check around here to a turn. Zach immediately gets his diamond for the flush and redraw to the straight flush, but unfortunately, no fish on the line. So Zach takes down that small pot, but every pot much needed here as you are trying to get qualified in that top 12% from this flight, make that min cash $100 bill, and then the top 8% will be bagging and tagging their chips to bring back on Sunday. Any bag is a good bag. If you make it to Sunday, you're in the money, obviously. You can get in the money in this flight without being in the top 8%. 12% get paid, but only 8% move along. But when you move along to day 2, you are ahead of the min caches.
Two flops. Both of my big blinds.
9-3-3 on this flop here. DJ catching top pair. Gonna bet this one out. Fold, fold. So DJ finally picks himself up a pot. Well, he picked up one earlier. Second pot of the day. He is over the starting stack. And somebody tell me how he got his normal seat. He always sits in seat 5 for DJ's game, his own game on Wednesday nights, and somehow he gets his same seat on this live stream. I'm gonna have to look at those computers, see if he's somehow programmed into seat 5. Dealer Paul in the box. Dan under the gun here. Rich, current chip leader at this feature table, going to raise this one up to 1,200 with a queen 8 of clubs. John, pocket deuces right after him, going to call, see if he can set mine for a 2. And ammo, 9-6 of clubs, going to come along as well. Unfortunately, shares the club with Rich, so he doesn't want to hit clubs and does not, as a flop of king 9-4, I believe it was. We'll check those graphics there. Comes out all diamonds. Jack on the turn, no help to anyone. Rich now with a gut shot. He's going to be betting 1,200 to continue the aggression. Pocket deuces into the muck for John, and ammo getting out of the way. So drags that pot down, increasing his chip stack and his chip lead at the table.
gotta have ace king to hit.
Lines up, 244. Lines up, 244. Yes, lines up, 244. Fold, fold, fold. All 400. All 400. Chase option. Two players. Check. Check. 16. 16. Bet. Call.
Check.
Check.
You got a winner.
1,060.
I was trying to steal it, you wouldn't let me, so there you go.
Still got just over 2 hours left to get in on this tournament. Looking at the live clock, we've almost got 30 entries into this flight. Still plenty of time left to get in. It's only a $65 buy-in. And you just can't beat that for a $50,000 guaranteed tournament. Very, very, very excited for this tournament. Prize pool in June when we ran this exact same tournament, almost $70,000. Hoping to match that and surpass it here this month. Lamont limping in with the pocket fives. Ammo Dan coming along. Rich going to raise this one up to 1,200 with the ace three of diamonds. John looking down at 7-4 in the big blind, folds it. Lamont going to call the 12, looking to set mine for the fives. Ammo with jack six of diamonds. Again, finding himself out pipped in the same suit as an opponent. So Ammo not looking for diamonds, looking for a jack high flop, pocket fives. And Lamont looking to dodge some aces. Unfortunately, ace right directly in the window. Ace, deuce, nine. It's going to be a two pair for Dan. Let's see how he chooses to play this one here. He's going to immediately reach for chips, putting out a $2,000 bet here. It's going to keep Rich coming along. He does have an ace. Tough kicker, though, but he does have the chips to spare. 6 on the turn. No help for Rich. Dan still ahead with the two pair, and Rich is now drawing dead. Let's see if he can sniff this one out. He knows Dan doesn't play around, but unfortunately Dan just has too many chips. So Jack on the turn doesn't help anyone. Of course, they couldn't. He's going to check. Dan's going to bet. And yeah, Rich definitely did just make the call there. Dan finding just the right amount for Rich forced to just look him up. But I think Rich probably knew better on that one there. He knows Dan definitely has an ace, definitely has a better kicker than a 3 there. But once in a while, you just have too many chips. You just got to see. Dealer Paul in the box. Blinds are 200, 400 with a 400 ante. Now, DJ would have played that hand in a cash game. The 3 deuce into the muck is painful for him to let those kind of hands go. But in a tournament, you just can't do it. Dan going to make the call with the queen 6 offsuit. Rich coming along as well on the button. John going to raise this one up. 1200 with the 10-6. A couple good moves here out of John, what I've seen. I do not know him first time on the stream, but I like this guy's play so far, mixing it up. King 4 king on this flop. Tough one to continue on here, but we'll see if he can find a bet. He does reach for some chips, and neither Dan nor Rich having a king here could put John in a pocket pair. So yeah, they're going to both let it go. So the aggression, it continues to work. So great play in there out of John. Not only picking up a hand to raise pre-flop with that's not exactly a fantastic hand, just trying to make something happen, but then continuing on the aggression to pick up that pot. Let's have a look here at the live clock. 2 hours. Right about 2 hours left to get in on this flight A. Now, the reason you want to get in on as many flights as you can is, like I discussed earlier, you get to take your top 2 bags. You get to take 2 bags forward to day 2 on Sunday. And if you can get that difficult third bag, if you can get in the top 8% 3 times, that's an instant $500 bonus on day 2. And since this is only a $65 entry, even if you buy the $10 instant bonus, $75 entry, that $500 instant cash bonus on day 2 could pay for all of the entries, then some, and then you're free rolling into day 2 on the ladder. So plenty of reason to get in early and get in often on this tournament. 8-7-7 on this flop here. No players having a 7. Rich here. Could have bet this one out. 3,000. Good size bet. Unless Lamont wants to come along with the 2 overs here. He knows Rich can get a little bit crazy every now and again, especially when he's got that many chips in front of him. But Lamont decides to lay it down anyway. Ammo and Dan both probably going to be getting out of the way, and they are. So Rich there picking up a few more chips that he gave back over to Dan. And he's still got almost an extra 100K from where he started. Definitely a table chip leader. It could be a tournament chip leader. Not sure what's going on in the outer tables right now, but we do have outer tables. This is just the featured table, but you still have over a couple hours to come get in this tournament and maybe get on this feature table. We move people in and out based on table balance, just like any other tournament. We operate it the same way. We're going to be playing it down to 8% tonight. 12% get paid, but 8% bag and tag for this coming Sunday. So while you're going to see some players get awarded that min cash, we're coming along to see who is going to make it to day 2. And DJ trying to run up his stack to come in for day 2. Going to just raise this one all up pre-flop with ace king offsuit. And Lamont does have pocket 9s. Does he want to gamble with DJ? No, he does not. So DJ going to very quickly take down those limping players, punishing the limpers with his ace king. And he's still above the starting stack. So sitting pretty here. You can't win this tournament on day 1, but you can run up a big stack. And especially for only a $65 entry, we definitely have seen some players trying to spin it up a little bit or re-enter, one or the other. But when you have such a fantastic guarantee on such a small buy-in, definitely validated playing a little bit loose with those first few entries. Another hand here, 5 players. Everyone limping in to the big blind checking the action. Queen, Trey, Ace on this board. Lamont going to be flopping a top pair, not a very great kicker. Dan, a middle pair. And no one having spades. King on the turn does give DJ something to get interested in. Lamont's still ahead with his pocket aces. Dan's the one counting out chips here. He's going to bet 1,600. I don't think it's going to be enough to get Lamont to fold. Yeah, he does call. DJ here turning the king, but knows that that's probably no good with the deuce kicker. And Ammo has a gut shot and a dream, but it doesn't come true as a 6 on the river helps no one. And Lamont here is still going to be best with his pair of aces 7 kicker, and it's going to check all the way around, and everyone's going to see that news. Looks like 33 entries so far into this tournament for this Flight A. Again, that's the live count. The stream that you and I are watching is on a 15-minute delay, as are all streams here, but we wanted to bring you a little bit of this Flight A action, kind of see how this tournament works, talk a little bit about it. You can see kind of what to expect all week here at Poker House Fort Worth. We're going to be doing the 6 p.m. flight again tomorrow, Flight B. Thursday, the same thing with Flight C. Friday, we're going to bring you 2 flights, one at noon and one at 6 p.m. And then Saturday's the moving day. Saturday is the day you already want to have 1 bag under your belt, go in for that second bag, or maybe even 2 if you're good, and trying to get that third bag for that $500 triple bag bonus on day 2. Rich, the chip leader here, going to raise this one up to 2,300 with a queen at 7 of clubs. 2 other players coming along to see a flop of 10, 4, 3. Club draw for Rich, so expect him to continue his aggression pre-flop. He's going to bet 3,000. Neither player picked up much here. Ammo with the gut shot wheel, runner at club, nut flush with the ace of clubs. Lamont's got 2 overs. Might decide, could be thinking about just floating along here with the 2 over cards. He knows that Rich is capable of betting pretty much anything with that chip stack that he does have, if he doesn't know Rich. But he decides against it, goes ahead and lays it in the muck. Good fold. Ammo going to look him up. Wants to see another turn card, a club or a deuce. An ace on the turn. That's going to give him the lead. We both know it's going to give him the lead. It's going to go check real quick. The club on the river, it gives the hand back to Rich, though. Ammo's going to bet this one up, especially since he didn't play his 2 pair anymore, or he has 2 pair for his kicker. And going to see the bad news there. Rich, unexpectedly, waking up with a flush there. Left Ammo with a little bit of chips. Just called. The board did pair. But Rich should thank, Ammo should thank Rich there for leaving him a couple thousand to try to spin up. I think Ammo would have been forced to call off the last little bit of his stack there. Seven players at this table. Of course, we keep these tables balanced. This is just a normal tournament table. Just happens to be the feature table for the stream. Players folding around all the way. And Rich is going to get a walk. And it's good thing too, because I think he was raising, not even sure that he was getting that walk. Shows his pocket sixes.
You turned over sets and pairs, and all I can get is deuce 9, jack 3. That's all right.
See, there's real stuff going on. I'm not just messing around.
I know what to do in my hand. Blah, blah.
Rich here is a regular here at Poker House Fort Worth. I like Rich a lot. Great character, good guy. You always know when he's in the room, for good or for bad. he's he can be louder than me even, and that's saying something. But always in a good mood, always fun to sit at a table with, and one of those players that you just do not know what he's going to have, and that reputation it might carry over here into the tournament and get him paid in some spots that other players might not get paid in. 3 clubs on this flop of ace 6 3. John here with the pocket fives has the 5 of clubs. He's going to c-bet his action with pocket fives, and it's going to work. So now John is someone new to me, but I have definitely been somewhat impressed with his positioning, his continuation bets, picking some spots. Hasn't even had to turn over cards yet, I don't believe. Just looks like one of those players. So look for him to definitely make some moves here. He definitely has the skill set showing so far. Ammo here looking for a spot to put in his last 2,800 to see if he wants to rebuy into this tournament. Still not getting it just yet. Dan in the cutoff wanted to play a Jack 3 suited, calls the 400. Rich playing his button 8-5 off, so we're going to raise this one up to 2,200. And John, who I was just touting, wakes up with ace queen. And he's going to 3-bet him with it. Again, like I said, this guy came to play and knows what he is doing. Dan going to let his call go. And Rich Rich has got the chips. He's going to see a flop here. So Rich and John, interesting dynamic between these two here. Ace, King, Jack. So top pair for John. Scary flop though still, especially with Rich raising up. Even though John 3-bet it, Rich raised it up. John had a position here, could bet 5,000, and Rich obviously has let that one go. So the 3-bet there pre-flop by John got him an extra several thousand in chips. So well played again by John. And we have a dealer change into the box as they swap out the headset. Let's see who we have coming in. Is it Carlos? John? That looks like Carlos. Dealer Carlos in the box. Blinds are 200, 400, 400. It's one of the good things about this tournament, even though it is cheap, even though it's a cheap tournament for only $65, the blinds are run really true in this structure. So you have plenty of time to play poker. It's not a turbo tournament, even though it's priced as a turbo-ish tournament. It is not one. You have plenty of time to play poker. Fold it around to the blinds. Zach going to just complete with the King 8 suited. Lamont, Ace, Jack, same suit. Going to raise this one up. We'll see if Zach wants to complete. He does. So Zach here coming to the flop heads up with Lamont way behind and of the same suit here. So clubs would be a disaster for him. But luckily no clubs come, but it does come Jack high. It's going to be right on Lamont, who's going to reach for some more chips here, make a bet. Or is he going to be sneaky? Yeah, he went ahead and bet it. An instant fold there from Zach. So a small pop there, pick up by Lamont. I don't mind Zach's defend there. If you're going to call in that position, you might be prepared to call a raise as well. Seven players at this feature table. Let's have a look at the clock real quick. 33 entries into this tournament. So that means 4 tables going, I guess. 4 tables going. So this is the feature table. If you're listening or watching it near the Fort Worth or the Dallas location, this tournament is running both Poker House Peaks and Poker House Fort Worth. These flights are being run together, same days, same times. You can play at either club. Find your way to day 2 from either location. 4 ways to a flop here. King 8 Trey. Bottom pair for DJ and Dan. Top pair for Lamont, who's going to raise this one up to 1,500. And it's going to immediately get right through here. So Lamont not really being tested on his bets either. Players believe him when he comes in with some chips. I think Rich is the only one at this table that really has kind of a loosey-goosey image around himself. But the problem is he has all the chips. So these players can't afford to be wrong when they're going up against Rich right now. He has built himself up. He's got 138K, and John sitting second behind him with only 44. Rich has over 100,000 more than most of the rest of the table. So while he's known for his kind of crazy play, regardless, when he can do that much damage to you and put you out of this tournament, you got to be careful where you step around him right now. But like we spoke about, this is only a $65 entry tournament. This tournament is made for multiple bullets. This tournament is made for the value. Even if you buy the instant add-on bonus of $10, it's only a $75 tournament for 30,000 in chips. And if you can spin up enough bags during the 8 flights, take 2 of them to day 2, and if you can get that third one, that $500 instant day 2 bonus is huge. Rich here going to raise this one up to 3,300 with his pocket aces. Not fair when the chip leader gets the pocket aces. Ammo here, unfortunately, only has 2,300 left in his stack. Found a spot to put it in, but ran right into the aces of Rich. And Dan going to come along as well with the King 10 here. So Rich is in a great spot here to eliminate one player and get some more chips from Dan as they both share a King. Lonnie's saying he'll be in tomorrow and Thursday to play. Smart man. Get in early and get those bags and try to get to that triple bag bonus territory. That $500 triple bag bonus is huge when the buy-in is only 65 or 75 per shot if you buy the bonus. 6 King 5, so all-in player Ammo has some hope. Dan's going to check it over to Rich, and oh no, Rich is going to bet this out. Dan's going to come along. 10,000, so big pot brewing here. 4 on the turn and no help to either player. Dan's going to put in the last of his chips, and Rich is going to call immediately. So massive, massive pot again, poised to be a complete scoop for the chip leader already. Dan looking for a 10. Ammo looking for a queen. And that is it. They can chop with another king if they can find one. There's 1 king left in the deck. So Dan looking for a 10, Ammo looking for a queen. Both players looking for a king to chop. Carlos on the river, 7, no help, and the rich get richer, named Rich. 2 pots, big money going his way. That's going to put him close to 180,000 in chips. Double knockout there by the chip leader. Tough, tough hand. Yeah, Lonnie on the Facebook chat was talking about coming in tomorrow and Thursday. I can see both the YouTube and Facebook chats, so feel free to let me know where you're watching or listening from. If you know anybody that's playing in the tournament, if you're on the way, ask any questions. We do appreciate the interactivity here on these streams.
Chips. Right there. Oh, never mind.
Might have to come deal.
I forgot. It's because over there.
Ryan,
Over there, I didn't have one of those.
Folding on around to DJ on the button. Looking down at Queen Deuce, lets it go into the muck. No one wants to tangle with Rich as he's a solo big blind. That one after knocking out two players shows his hand. Kelsey, you absolutely do not have to play every flight. This is there are 8 flights in this tournament going on in 2 different locations. It only takes one. Only takes one flight to get into that top 8%. And then you don't have to play any more flights. Then you just come back on day 2 on Sunday here at Poker House Fort Worth. The different flights just gives you multiple opportunities to get into that day 2 bracket. So if you play tonight and you don't make the top 12%, 12% get the min cash. So anybody that's knocked out between the 12 and the 8% mark, they get a min cash of $100. But if you make it in the top 8%, you tag your chips, bag them up, write your name on them, sign them, how many chips you have, and then you can choose to come back on a separate flight and try to get in that 8% again to add to those chips because you can take 2 bags forward, or if you get 2, you can come back and try to get a third bag for that $500 instant day 2 bonus. So you can play any flights, as many flights as you want, or as few. If you just play one and you get that 8%, you've got your bag, and you don't want to risk any more money. That's not a problem either. The 8 different flights just means you have 8 different opportunities to stack chips to bring to day 2 here at Poker House Fort Worth. Andrew here tuned in from Kansas. DJ, a good friend of me. Well, I won't hold that against you, Andrew, but I do appreciate you being tuned in to the stream. Now, we love DJ here. DJ has his game right here on the live stream every Wednesday night at 7 p.m., except for this week. We'll be streaming this tournament. Yeah, and Kelsey, if you're the Kelsey that I know that plays here, you've definitely got a shot. You should be here as much as possible, getting in on that top percentage in today, too. I've seen you play. You're a player. Speaking of playing, there's a big hand here. Queen, Jack, Deuce on this flop. 3 players, Cameron and Lamont both having top pair queen. And Zach Lane here in the weeds with the pocket jacks set. Now he's going to bet this out 5,000. Lamont going to shove in over the top of him now that he's picked up that gut shot straight draw. And Cameron here, same gut shot straight draw. He's going to make that. It looks like Lamont folded. Okay, so Cameron.
Whatever you can do, go to all. Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, I think Lamont did fold. So Cameron here going to be looking for a 10 and only a 10 to take this one away from Zach. Jacks have been the hand to have here on this feature table. We've seen Jacks 3 times, flop sets twice, and hold up. Looks like Ammo's wife in the chat wishing him good luck. So let's let the graphics catch up here to see what we exactly have. If both places called, I want to see if it's the king queen that called him or if it was the queen 9 that called him. Looks like it's the queen 9. So Lamont looking for a queen or a 9 on this river, does not get it, and so Zach gonna get the full double up plus some from the earlier chips in that pot there. So big pot there for Zach, putting him well back over the starting stack amount. And Lamont going to be looking for a spot to get a quick double or triple up or re-enter this tournament. Looking at the clock here live, you've still got an hour and 45 minutes left to get into this tournament. An hour and 45 minutes. So plenty of time if you are near the Poker House Fort Worth area or even in the Poker House Peaks area. Like I said, this tournament running concurrently in both clubs. And looking at their clocks, they're right there with us. So about an hour and 45 minutes to get in on either location for only $65. Cannot beat that entry at cost. $65 gets you 20,000 in chips, and then for that instant bonus of $10, you get an extra 10,000 in chips. That's why you see most of these players coming into the tables with the 30,000 stack. Speaking of which, ammo is back in action, rebuying into this tournament. It's DMAC that came to the table from an outer table, got moved over. He's got ace six in the low jack, going to raise it up big. 18,000. Nope, 1,800. Mistyped there. Lorenzo got me there with an extra zero. Shout out to Lorenzo in the booth. But the action is going to get up there because coming around to the button on Rich, the chip leader is going to 3-bet this to 15,000 with pocket queens. Now, DMAC has not been here for the shenanigans, but he does let it go. Ammo, who just bought that stack, does he want to risk half of it with the 6-4 suited? He does, and I love it. Spin it up, Ammo. Like I said, it's only a $65 entry. You want to spin it up or re-enter. He just got back in to see if he can get to the queens here. 6, 8, 10. He does a flop of 6. Ridge is going to keep up on the pressure and going to put Ammo all in. Does he just want it? Nope. He just lets it go out of frustration. Oh, tough there. I really thought he was going to call it down, try to see if he could just get ahead of the queens.
What you gotta do, man? What you do? Play it
Yeah.
when it's hot, and then decide when it's not.
Rich throwing up his arms saying, what am I supposed to do there? He showed everybody the pocket queens, let him know he's been catching the cards. I mean, Rich has definitely been playing a little bit more measured game than he typically plays in the cash games. But he has been waking up with it. The deck has been beating him up, as they say. But Ammo there tried to pick up a little bit more equity on that flop. It wasn't unable to get there. But he still has plenty of chips on this 38,000 starting stack. Limping around to Cameron, new to the table, waking up with ace king on the button, raise it up to 2,500. DMAC with the 10 and 9 to suited going to come along as well. Rich with a lot of chips. Does he want to complete with the jack deuce suited? He does. So Cameron here looking to have his ace king hold on as best. 7, queen, 9, all clubs going to slow this hand down a little bit as no player has a club in their hand. DMAC with a pair of 9s. Rich not flopping it much. Cameron not flopping it much. Let's see what the action brings here. Checks on around to a turn 3 of clubs. Who wants to represent clubs here out of these 3 players? Cameron's going to go ahead and bet 3,000 here. DMAC glancing it back, can let his go. Rich letting his go. So great play there by Cameron. Saying, you know what, let's see if any of these guys has a club. Raises it up pre-flop and it takes it down with some aggression on the turn. Ammo's wife says it's nice she can stalk her hubby from home. Absolutely. Him and his beautiful beard are here while you get to take care of that home front there. We like Ammo around here. Good guy, big tournament player. Always does really well here at Poker House at Fort Worth. Ammo does wake up with the ace king and put in that last 15,000 with the ace king. DJ had king jack. I don't think DJ is gonna be able to call it unless he just wants to gamble. Does not, so Ammo's gonna get away with that one there, picking up a little bit of blinds, much needed blinds. Ammo's wife saying he lives here. Hey, you know, I'm not gonna complain. He's a great guy. Chip stacks there on the bottom. You see Rich there, almost 200,000 in chips. It has been the Rich show. The hands falling his way. John and Zach both floating around 40K behind him, well over 150 behind the chip leader. Lots of work to go here, but you can't win the tournament on day one. You're just trying to get the big stack and put it in the bag to take it to day two. Rich going to call the 500 big blind with the 8-5 suited. John and the hijack coming along as well. Queen jack off suit. Zach in the cutoff. Lamont. And that's what I was just about to say. If it limps all the way around to DJ on the big blind, he's going to wake up with a squeezing hand and do exactly that. And luckily for him, he did the ace-10 off suit. And we're going to see how many of these people who put in the 500 want to put in the rest of their stack. Rich, who has the chips to do it, does not do so. John with a decent stack, queen jack off suit. Even if you know DJ is putting it here in on a squeeze with a very, very wide range, it's hard to make that call for your entire stack. You might see Lamont do it. No, I was saying you might see Lamont do it just because he was short stacked looking for a spot, and that would have been a great equity spot there for Lamont with all the limp ins to go heads up against DJ for all that extra equity, but he did let it go. Yeah, Emma's wife says, buy him a water. We're on a 15-minute delay, but shoot a text to the waitress and saying that your wife says drink some more water. Anybody else in the chats on Facebook or YouTube know anybody playing in this tournament? Are you coming to play in this tournament? Let me know. What day are you going to be here? I'm going to be there the rest of this week. In and out of the broadcasting booth as we're going to be streaming this feature table as much as we can this week. Shouldn't have much problem doing so. DJ in the small blind going to raise this one up to... No, he's just going to call. So never mind. I thought he had multiple chips there, but he was just making the call. So we're going to go 5 ways to a flop here. DJ ahead right now with the ace queen. But lots of other cards in the field as we see a flop of 10-5-3 rainbow. Let the graphics play catch up here. We'll see who flopped what. Not much, as everyone has quickly checked around to see a 6 on the turn. That's going to give some gut shots to several people. A pair of 4 ammo is in the lead, but nothing really for anyone. Yeah, Rich has the chip stack to bet it, and that's what he's going to do. DMAC with the 9-7, looking for a 4 or an 8. Double gut shot, as they say. 10 on the river does not get there for him, so let's see if Rich wants to bet this again. Nope, he checked it, and unfortunately, DMAC's going to have to bluff at this if he's going to have his chance to win. He only has 9 high. Yeah, so Rich's queen high is going to be good, and DMAC's going to see that he missed a bet there, but I don't blame him. You had a lot of draws at it, and there's not much you can bet to get your opponent off of the hand with that kind of chip stack. They may just look you up with any pair that you cannot beat. Ammo's wife, you played in the tournament on Saturday night's tournament. That was a 2K guarantee, $65 buy-in tournament. Had a great turnout for that. A $2,800 pot, I believe. I believe the final prize pool was $2,800. I know that first place was over 1,000. It's a great tournament. That pot there is going to put Rich over the 200K mark. Big stack here early in this tournament.
Hold on, slow down.
Yeah, you did play in the $2,000 guaranteed. No reason to be nervous. Trust me, we don't have a lot of pros here. We have a lot of people who just enjoy playing poker, and you would fit right in there with them. Hey, it's okay that you weren't there 2 hours. It's a $65 tournament. Pretty inexpensive night out. Yeah, Kelsey, it has been the Rich show. He has had the deck hitting him in the beard. 5, 6, 7 on this flop. DMAC with a pair of sixes, and just like I was speaking, Rich with pocket queens. DMAC only has 16K in his stack. He just doesn't want to believe that Rich has it every single time as he puts him all in here. Does DMAC want to call off his stack? It's basically a bluff catcher. Rich did raise a pre-flop. He could have a lot of ace kings, ace queens, ace jacks, ace tens in his hand, and your pair of sixes. It could be ahead. And that's exactly what the conclusion he comes to. He makes that call, and he's going to see that he is just has it again. That Rich has it again. Let's see if it holds once again. Well, Ammo's wife, I can't control that one. So Rich here waking up with the pocket queens again, looking to dodge a 6 or an ace. 3 on the turn, puts straight outs on the board for a chop. Jack on the river, not going to do it. And Rich, the richer, get richer again. 222,000 in his stack now, almost 200K over the starting stack. And DMAC will be reaching for another bullet if I know him. We still have 90 minutes, 1 hour and 30 minutes left to get into this tournament. And these players still have an hour and a half to re-enter. You have an hour and a half to get here and enter. I highly recommend it. Even though there are 8 flights for this tournament, you want to give yourself the maximum odds possible to get 2 bags or more to take into that day 2 on Sunday. You get to take your top 2 bags. You're trying to get in that top 8% to take your bag into day 2. And you want to have as many flights as you can get in to get yourself that chance. Because if you take those 2 bags into day 2, you're going to have a lot of bullets to try to run up that pay ladder. And if you can get that 3rd bag out of the 8 flights, if you can get in the top 8% a 3rd time, you get to take your top 2 bags into day 2 and get an instant $500 cash bonus on day 2. And that's a pretty tough deal to beat there when the entry is only $65, $75 if you buy the $10 added bonus. John under the gun going to raise it up with Jack 8 suited. Zach makes the call with the same suit, Ace Deuce. Lamont, who is short stacked, looks down at a blackjack Ace 10 off, decides to go all in for 3,900. Going to fold around. Rich and Cameron making the fold. John was the initial pre-flop raiser, so it's not going to be that much more to him. Him and Zach are both going to be forced to call here. The question is, does John move back in over the top here? And he does not. He just makes the call. And Zach with calling chips makes the call as well. So we're going to have 3 ways to a flop. Lamont, the player, all in at risk here. So any side pot action will be between John and Zach. And action could be coming if we see a lot of clubs. Both players holding clubs in their hands. Zach with the ace high. Queen 9-4 rainbow flop here. gut shot for John. It goes a check on the dry side pot. 8 on the turn does give John the best hand with a pair of 8s. Gives Lamont some outs for a gut shot as well. Looking for an ace to stay alive, though, or a 10. The 10 on the river does hit, but John, that's going to give him the jack high straight. So never mind, John had jack 8. And so Lamont, unfortunately, there catching the 10 on the river, but not the right card he wanted to see as John hits the one-liner to a straight. And John going to take down that almost $20,000 pot. Big pot there. So plenty of time for him to get back into the tournament. There's 6 players at this the feature table. We have outer tables being played. It's like we are switching dealers up here. Just give him just a second to put that headphone set on. Looks like John in the box. Rich, 222,000 in his stack. Second behind him is John with only 51. 4.5 times the second stack here for Rich. Looks like John has some new players sitting back down there. There's Lamont again, re-bind into the tournament. Came back to the feature table to maintain balance. Zach under the gun after that hand. Still has the starting stack under his belt. Still plenty of chips. Lamont looking down at the very first hand after the rebuy, making the call.
DJ folded. C3 fold. C4 fold. DJ folded.
Let the graphics catch up here. Ammo going to make the call with the bucket 3s. Rich raising it up to 2,600 with the king queen suited. Tough to sit back down after rebuying back in and have the table chip leader immediately raising into you, but he's going to make that call with the same hand, king queen suited. Ammo going to put in the call as well, looking for a 3. 4-7-4, pretty safe flop for pocket 3s. Let's see if he can make any calls here, because it looks like Lamont's reaching for chips. 2,000 chips with the 2 overcards. Does Ammo feel like he is best here and may put in the rest of his stack? He just makes the call. So does Rich. So all 3 players are still involved to the turn, which is going to be a jack. Club draw now for Lamont, so he's going to continue to bet here. Another 2,000. Ammo is still going to make that call. He is correct. He's currently ahead. Rich here still has 2 overs, but you've got bets and calls in front of you, but he's just got a lot of chips, so he's going to throw in just a couple of them. So we're still going to be 3 ways to the river. Ace on the river. Tough card mentally there for Ammo. And Lamont does bluff the diamond. I just saw that. That was the front door diamonds that came in, so a great card for him to bluff at. Luckily, no player just had an ace. Might have looked him up just because. And it goes fold, fold. So Ammo looking for a spot to put in the rest of his stack. And Lamont sits back down and immediately increases his chip stack by about 50% in the first hand. And after picking up that pot immediately, Lamont looks down under the gun at ace jack offsuit. Gonna limp this one in. Blinds are 300, 600, 600. Rich calls, Cameron calls, John completes, and Zach going to check his options. So we're going to have 5 ways to this flop here. Mont's ace jack is best. Cameron having an ace as well with a worse kicker. Deuce 7 9, all spades. John 10 of spades. Cameron with the ace of spades. Cameron's been very patient and quiet. Let's see if he's just gonna. He was just curious to see if he was gonna bet that one, but Rich bet it for him with bottom pair. He's just gonna come along for the 1500. John, a believer in his 10 of spades and a gut shot straight draw, makes the call. So now there are 3 players. Rich the only one without a spade here. 5 on the turn. It's gonna give John the double gutter, and he's gonna bet this out. I love it. Gets out some chips. John, very impressed by his play today. Picks up a little more equity. Even though both players called, I still like that bet. The river, board pairing 7, no help to any player. So Cameron's deuces are best, but it's going to be hard to call anything. We'll see if he gets to a cheap showdown. No, Rich is going to make a bet here, 6,100. Great bet there by Rich. And John here not going to be able to do anything about it unless he wants to just bluff over the top of him, which is hard to do against the chip leader. And so well played there by Rich as another of spades got home for Cameron, and John decided to let his go. Hand number 44 in this Flight A. The Summer Jam 2 is here. Started at 6 p.m. You still have an hour and 20 minutes to get into this tournament. Highly, highly recommended to get in as many flights as you can as 2 bags move forward. You want to give yourself as many opportunities as you can to get in that top 8% and get those bags into day 2, and with as much ammunition as you can get on that day 2. And here's John's hand. Raising up to 3,000, only 5,600 behind. Rich makes the call with pocket deuces. Cameron is going to call with the king 8, tired of sitting by and watching all the chips fly. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. Ammo with the best of it with the pocket kings. See what the flop brings. 7 9 jack. I don't think Rich or Cameron are going to be able to come along here. Cameron with just a gut shot and runner clubs. Rich, though, does call. So Rich, all he has is deuces. He says, you don't have enough to get me to fold to see if I can knock another one off of this table here. Ammo well into the lead here. Rich looking for a deuce and only a deuce. 5 on the turn, no help. 8 on the river, and Ammo is going to get the almost triple up. Patiently awaited and rewarded with kings and the big stack for having the extra chips to contribute. You hear Rich there saying he gives back every once in a while, which is not been the case in this tournament. He has had the hand every single time, has held up. I half expected a deuce to come out on that turn or river. Ammo under the gun, going to fold. Rich looking down at king 8 offsuit, makes a raise to 1,500. Pretty quick call here by Cameron with the ace 8 of hearts. John in the cutoff going to call as well. Zach folding his button. Lamont getting out of the way. DJ in the big blind makes the call with queen 10 off suits. We're going 4 ways to a flop. Carlos puts out 6-10 deuce all hearts. That's going to be the nut flush flopped for Cameron, and pretty much going to run away with this one. DJ has top pair. Let's see if anybody. Rich does have a king. Cameron needs to start betting here, but Rich is going to do it for him with the second nut flush draw. He's going to bet 3,000, and Cameron here just making the smooth call. I like it. John here getting out of the way. DJ. Oh no, DJ. Oh no. He's got top pair, and he's trying to end the hand right here. Unfortunately, this hand ended on the flop, and he just doesn't know it. Rich lays it down, and Cameron immediately snap calls, and DJ sees that he is drawing dead. And Rich there, glad that he got out of the way of that one. So that's going to knock DJ down. Good play, would have worked. But unfortunately, the opponent already had what DJ was trying to tell the table that he had. And I think Cameron got maximum value there, flopping that ace-high flush. Only another heart on the Turner River would have gotten him more out of Rich, with Rich holding the king of hearts. So DJ makes a move, doesn't work out in his favor, but not a bad move overall. Cameron, after quite the pickup there on the chips, going to raise this one up with ace jack offsuit. Zach going to make the call with the queen 10 offsuit. Lamont on the button lays his down. DJ in the small blind lets it go. Ammo in the big blind goes ahead and completes a little bit more to him with the 10-8 offsuit. And we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. Ace tray 9. So it's going to be a top pair for Cameron. And that is about it. Not much for the opponents. He's going to bet out 2,500 here, and not much for Ammo or Zach to come along with as they fold. So Cameron picks up a few more chips there. Shows the ace to the table. So Cameron has built himself up to more than a double, just a little more than a double stack, and a good image at the table as well, turning over good winners. If you are in the area listening or watching, you still have well over an hour and 15 minutes actually to still get into this tournament. Plenty of time to get here to Poker House Fort Worth or Poker House Peaks if you happen to be listening from the Dallas area. Both places running this same tournament, all 8 flights at the same time. You can play here or over there at Poker House Peaks in Dallas. Lamont in the cutoff of the pocket aces is going to raise this one up, and DJ going to come back over the top of him all in here. Actually, Cameron was the initial pre-flop raiser, it looks like, if the graphics are correct, with the 6-4 suited. John made the call. Lamont, showing Lamont made the call, but I think he might have moved all in. Maybe not here. DJ's the one that moved all in with the 6,300. Now action's back to Lamont. Yep, there you go. So Lamont did make a smooth call and then re-raised. So Cameron here, tough one there for him after he called DJ's all in, and then Lamont comes back over the top as he should with pocket aces here. So pretty well navigated there by Lamont to get maximum value in this pot, even with DJ's all in behind him. So DJ looking for a lot of clubs or some straight cards. And 8-9-8. That's a good flop for it. 10-7. Queen on the turn looking for a jack or a 6. Does not happen. So close there for DJ. Lamont's pocket aces Gonna hold. And as DJ more than likely makes his way over to the tournament booth to fire that second bullet, had almost 40 entries so far. Highly, highly, highly recommend getting into this tournament, Flight A. You want to get into these tournaments as early and as often as possible to give yourself the most chances to get into that top 12% for the min cash, or at least definitely shooting for that 8% bag. Anyone who gets in the 8% of each flight gets to bag and tag their chips into the money on day 2. And since you can take 2 bags with you, you want to get them early so you have plenty of time to get that second one. Get to add 2 bags together. Fantastic value of only $65. And if you can get that third bag, a $500 instant bonus on day 2. And once again, for a $65 buy-in, that's a great triple bag value. John under the gun going to raise this one up with King 7 suited. Lamont coming along with the King 8 suited. Ammo, feeling the 4-3, decides to make the call on the button. Rich coming along in the small blind with the King 9 offsuit. So we're going to go a few ways to the flop here of Jack 7 Trey. 2 clubs that no one has. Pair for John here, going to be best right now. He was the pre-flop aggressor, but he chooses to check this flop. Bottom pair for ammo. John puts out a turn, ace of spades. See if anybody here wants to take out a betting lead. Now, John did raise pre-flop, but he does go ahead and check here. So Lamont going to be the one to take advantage of everyone's checking now. The last place in the hand, the one betting this out, and could take it down. Unless John feels like calling at 5,000 with just the third pair. Does go ahead and decide to lay it down. So there is a lesson in aggression for you, ladies and gentlemen. The worst hand in the moment, betting out and making that pot theirs. I want to thank everyone for tuning in to Poker House Fort Worth live here on Facebook and YouTube, bringing you the Flight A of this Summer Jam 2. Let me know in the chat where you're watching from. If you're planning on coming and playing in any of the flights, if you have any questions. I can see both YouTube and Facebook chat. So feel free. Flop of 4, 6, 5, 2 spades, 3 players. Pocket 8 still best for ammo. Rich with pocket 2s again. John with the top pair. Ammo's going to put in the rest of the stack and just try to end this one right here. And Ammo making the call again in the same, Rich making the call again in the same situation he was a second ago. Ammo here with the overpair and Rich with pocket 2s. Let's listen and see if they laugh about it. The same scenario he was just in. Ammo looking to dodge a deuce. Ace on the turn. Now he needs to dodge a deuce or a tray. 8 on the river, holds onto it for Ammo, so he gets the double up again through Rich and his pocket deuces. Ammo back over the starting stack Well played, sir. You see DJ back at the table. Different seat. Doesn't get his typical 5 seat this time. The computer didn't do him any favors. But this is a re-entry tournament, so each entry is like a brand new person coming and sitting down. You may not be at the same table, may not be in the same chair.
If I'm gonna put you on Ace King no more, I don't think you ever get it.
Lamont here under the gun, folding over to Ammo, who just got the double up courtesy of Rich. Makes the call with the 7-5 offsuit. DJ getting back into the mix now that he's back at the table with the ace-9 offsuit. Let the graphics play catch up here. That was scary, Ammo's wife. Telling you, we were looking for a deuce twice now, and I'm shocked that Rich, with the way he's been running, didn't hit it either time. But lucky for Ammo. Zach here in the big blind, his option with 4 limpers checks it. We're going to go 5 ways to a flop. King 10-6, so it's going to be a top 2 pair for Zach. Unfortunately, not much else for anyone else in the field. Ammo not having much of anything lets his go. DJ lets the ace-9 go. Cameron with pocket 3s could float around for 1,500. That's what he chooses to do. John not having much here lets his hand go. So Cameron looking to see if he can sneak away with this one by catching a 3 on this turn. That is a full house, and now the check mark for Zach. Cameron drawing dead. It goes check, check to a river and a 9. Zach's got to bet something here, something that he thinks Cameron could maybe do a bluff catch with. And it's going to be too much here. I don't think Cameron's going to be able to look up much. No, he doesn't. But still a good pot pick up there by Zach, showing the full house. Yeah, Ammo's wife, glad he got it for you as well. Still alive here in Flight A. You've got time to come down here and play. I'm just saying. Y'all both play together. You got just over an hour to come get here. It's only $65, way less than you spent the other night, according to where y'all went and played. $65 entry with a $10 optional instant bonus for additional 10,000 in chips. So 75 is the most you can spend in this tournament per entry. No add-ons. You can re-enter if you happen to go broke, but it's still only going to be a 65 or 75 if you buy the bonus. DJ is going to raise this one up here with the King 10 of clubs. Cameron waking up with the ace king and making the smooth call. Zach 2,300 going to call as well with the King Jack offsuit, and Lamont wanting to get into the mix with the 9-7 suited, and I like it. So 5 ways into a $14,000 pot. Dealer John putting out a 3-6 queen. No help to any player. See if this one checks around, or if DJ. Yeah, DJ does not wish to continue. Cameron in the cutoff here acted effectively as the button's going to bet out 2,500 just to see where everyone else is at. He is currently ahead with just the ace king. DJ is going to defend his king 10. A lot of good turn cards. Any broadways, any clubs. 7 of spades is not that though. So DJ check this in here, and Cameron going to check behind. He could have taken it down there, but we're going to see a river here, and it is a 5. Does DJ have it in him to bet here? He does not. It's going to go check, check, and Cameron's ace king is going to be at best. Good, healthy pot there for Cameron, as he is over 65,000 in chips. Ammo's wife, you've already got one. He's at the poker table. Just tell him I need an entry. Hand number 52. 37 entries into this flight A. Been a great flight here at Poker House Fort Worth, and you still have about an hour to come get in on it. Rich folding, slowing down a bit with that big stack. John in the cutoff here, looking at king, queen offsuit. Going to be reaching for some raising chips here. Going to make it 2K to play. Zach folding his button. Nothing much for Lamont. Ammo 1,000 more to call. He does make the call. So we're going to go heads up to a flop. 6, ace, 7, 2 spades. Not much for either player. Let's see if John continues his pre-flop aggression. He's been playing pretty well by the book here. I'd be surprised if he doesn't bet. No, he does go check, check though. So both players still to a turn. 5 of hearts. No help to either player. Well, it actually does make ammo open-ended. So big card for ammo. Queen on the river does not get there. That's going to give John top pair. It's going to go check, bet, fold here as ammo got a free look at the turn there to try to hit a straight on the river, but did not come in. Yeah, Ammo's wife, it's going to be tomorrow. Every day this week. Plenty of opportunities. 7 more flights to make it in. Find somebody to babysit the dogs and come play in this $50,000 guaranteed tournament. Only a $65 entry. We're going to be doing Flight B tomorrow, 6 p.m. Just like tonight. Got right at 1 hour to still get in on this one tonight, though. Rich under the gun, going to make it 4,000 with his pocket trays. Going to fold all the way around the table. DJ in the big blind, and Rich going to take up some blinds there. Blinds are 400, 800 with an $800 big blind ante. Sounds good, Ammo's wife. I will be there. I'll be driving in either late tonight or in the morning. I am currently in West Texas, but I'll be back in Fort Worth tomorrow. And I encourage everyone to come play in these flights. A $50,000 tournament for a $65 entry fee is a great value. I've been really excited to be having this tournament again. We had a great turnout in June, almost 70,000 in the prize pool. See if we can get there and maybe get past that even on this one. Five players limping into a pot here. Queen, Jack, 6, 2 clubs on this one here. No one having clubs. Gut shot for Zach. Second pair for Lamont, who's going to be the one betting this out on the cutoff. Betting at 2,000. DJ with the bottom pair decides to come along. And Zach does as well with his gut shot. Queen on the turn. Clubs, front door clubs do get there. DJ was the only one with a club. This one does check around to a river. 3 of hearts. Effective brick on the river there. DJ's going to check this here. And Lamont's going to bet it out again. Neither DJ nor Zach decide to look him up. So Lamont doing well with the betting there to take that one down. Dealer Kevin stepping into the box. Blinds are 400, 800, 800. Lamont in the hijack, going to call with his ace-5 offsuit. Rich in the small, going to raise this one up. King-6 of diamonds. And Lamont going to defend here. Rich sort of been the sleeping giant the last little bit. Decides to wake up and raise it up with a hand here. King-4 deuce. That's going to be top pair for Rich, who's going to sneakily check it. I love it. Lamont, though, loves the check even more now that he has hit his gut shot wheel. His ace-5, it makes the wheel with the 3 on the turn. Rich betting 5,000 out here. Does Lamont go ahead and raise this up? Nope, he's just going to smooth call it here. So Rich here could take this one away with a 5. Queen on the river, no help. So 10,000 bet by Rich. And Lamont going to definitely raise it up now to 20. And Rich makes the call without thinking about it for even a second. And Lamont going to show him the bad news. And that's going to be a big pot there for Lamont. That's going to put him over the 100K mark. So big pot for Lamont as the sleeping giant woke up just to step right into that one. He still has plenty of chips, over 166,000. 4 to 5 to 8 times more than a lot of the stacks at the table. But Lamont taking a good chunk there to put him over that 100K mark, who just re-entered. Zach under the gun here, going to fold all the way around to back to Rich on the button with a 9-3 offsuit. Lets that one go as well. Cameron going to raise it up in the small blind with Queen Jack offsuit to see what the big blind and John wakes up to. Pocket deuces. Cutting out some calling chips here to defend this pocket pair. And that looks like what he does. So we're going to go heads up to a flop. Cameron's Queen Jack versus the pocket deuces of John. 10, 6, 10. No help to either player. John still has the pocket deuces, but Cameron's going to c-bet just like he did a few hands ago when he was playing pre-flop progression. So John here definitely is still going to be ahead a lot of the time if Cameron has pretty much exactly what he has, just big cards. He's cutting out some chips here, and he's sort of looking at maybe like he might be raising this up. John has been showing some pretty good instincts so far at this table, and he does just cut out a call. So going to send out some red flags here by Cameron. Queen on the turn, though, is going to make Cameron feel a lot better as he has just taken the lead away from John. And yeah, Cameron checked it. John moved all in. Tough timing here for John. And Cameron hasn't snap called just yet. He has turned the queen, but John could have a 10 here a lot of the time. He could have king, queen, ace, queen. 34,000 is half of Cameron's stack. We're going to get a big read here on what type of player he is if he lays this down. He's showing the queen. So he is yeah, he's definitely thinking about it here. I don't know if like I said, Cameron's thinking about a 10. He's thinking about king, queen, ace, queen. It is a pretty big overbet here on the all-in, which definitely can put a player in the blender. And he does let it go there. So interesting fold there by Cameron. I don't hate it. He built up a pretty decent chip stack, and John has not gotten out of line yet. Visually, that's the first time we've seen him sort of getting out of line. But nobody else has seen that. They've seen him making pretty solid plays, so his reputation at the table is good enough there to have a better hand than the Jack Queen of Cameron's holdings. Like I said, Cameron's still sitting over 60K in chips. It would have been over for more than half his stack to make that call. But John showing heart. Just like I said, he's made good moves, knows when to make some good moves, and that was one of them there. Lamont under the gun, tired of folding, decides to call the 1,000 big blind with the Jack 5 suited. Rich going to raise this up to 4,000 with the King Jack offsuit. John, who just stole that one, he lets his cards go. And Zach defending his big blind with the 5-4 offsuit. Pretty decent pot here. 13-5 already in the middle. 3 players to a flop. 10-5-8, 2 clubs. So Lamont is going to have the club high flush, the Jack high flush draw. Checks all the way around to the turn. A 6 does give some gut shots to Zach. Lamont going to finally bet the 3,000 on this draw here. Rich going to just come along afloat with the 2 overcards, King Jack there, and Zach going to make the call. So Lamont well ahead into this one here. 6 on the river. Does not bring home the flush, but he does still have the best hand. Does anybody want to try to make a move here? That's the thing. It's $22,000 pot. Rich, the only way he can win is by betting. He's going to bet 15, and it may get through here. It may get through here. Does Lamont want to try to catch him bluffing with just a pair of 5s? It's basically a bluff catcher, and he does let it go. So good bet there by Rich. Well played, sir. Saw the hesitation in his opponents that they did not want to make many moves on this pot there, and so he's got the chips to spare and puts them to work and takes down that pot. Lonnie, that's the spirit. That's the spirit. You got about 50 minutes to get there. 50 minutes. Plenty of time to get here to Poker House Fort Worth and get in. That's what I recommend, to give yourself the most opportunities to get those bags, to get into day 2 for this $50,000 tournament. $50,000 guaranteed tournament for only $65. The bonus chips, only $10. So the most you can spend is $75. Lonnie, we'll see if you make it onto the feature table. Lots of 1,000 big blind limpers along the way here. 5 ways to a flop. The pots are starting to get bigger. 3, 5, queen, 2 spades. No one having spades. No one has a queen either. DJ middle pair. Checks on around to a turn. Another queen. Front door spades do get there. No person even has a single spade for the 4-carder here. We'll see if DJ wants to put in a bet here. He doesn't. Cameron's going to be the one to do it for him here with the king high. DJ could look him up here. No, he doesn't. DJ playing a little close to the vest here. Cameron picks up a decent size pot. So hand number 59. I'm going to step out of the booth real quick. I'll be back here shortly. Be right back in about 5 minutes. Once again, you have just under, you have exactly 48 minutes to get here to get into this Flight A. $50,000 guaranteed tournament for only $65 entry. $10 gets you an additional 10,000 in chips. So for $75, you can get 30,000 in chips, and the blinds are still low, still low. Plenty of time to make some moves. We'll see what this hand here brings real quick before I step out of the booth. Queen Jack under the gun, all in for DJ. Richard really thinking about this King 9. Oh, and he's reaching for chips. Only 18-6. And he's going to make that call. He's going to see that he's ahead. Zach on the button. Let's go to the pocket. Trays. Lamont Queen 8. No good. Taking away to some of DJ's outs there. So DJ put it all in to try to either double it up or re-enter this tournament. And Rich looking him up the big stack for 18-6. So DJ, the one all in and at risk with the Queen Jack offsuit up against Rich's King 9 offsuit. King in the window with a 10, all spades, the 9 of spades in Rich's hand. And that's it right there. Locked in, a deuce of spades on the turn. Going to give Rich the check mark. So DJ is headed back to the podium as Rich takes down that pretty decent pot there. It puts him back over the 200,000 chip mark.
Player eliminated.
Like I said, DJ trying to spin it up or rebuy.
Yes.
Let's see what our entries are up to. We're up to 40 entries in this Flight A. Not bad, not bad. 7 more flights to go after this one. You still got a little less than an hour to get into this one.
Did I win? Look at that hand.
Yep, Rich going to get a walk there in the big blind. I'll be right back. Once again, thanks for tuning in to the Poker House of Fort Worth live stream here of this Flight A on Facebook and YouTube. And I will be right back here in the booth shortly. And hopefully I don't miss any big hands, but I will be right back here into the booth shortly.
Playing my cards, man. You do the same. I'd rather have this luck on Sunday. Well, you don't have it Sunday, then you're shit out of luck. Doesn't matter how much you get to do. you have a .17 Winchester Super Mag gun? I've got a buddy of mine that's got 950 rounds of shells for it. You don't have a gun. If someone passed away, they had 950 rounds of that shell. I don't have that gun either.
And Reese is right back into this booth in time to see. Looks like Zach pushed it all in here after Rich raises it up to 4,500 with the ace jack. Zach there going to have a hard time there, but Rich hasn't made the call yet. Does Rich want to call? He just got those chips from DJ. He's got a lot of chips, but he knows that Zach is never screwing around here. But I don't know if Rich can find it in him to fold. Yeah, he doesn't. He's going to call it. So Zach going to be behind and in trouble on this one here.
I'm working on it. Trying. What do you got? King Jet?
Yeah.
Well, my hand was probably good.
Every hand's pretty good.
So Zach here looking to catch a king, take the lead in on this hand here.
Finish.
Kevin on the flip puts out ace 8-8. That's
Have fun on Sunday, man.
pretty done there for Rich or for Zach. So Rich dragging another pot there, putting him closer to that 250,000 mark. He's been the slayer of the feature table.
Gun, and they make a .17 Hornady mag. That's a whole different gun. Does that seem weird to you? You think the .17 mag is good about anything? They make a Hornady and they make a Winchester. Don't make sense to me.
Rich with 241,000 in chips. Lamont second place in chips with only 90. So Rich a commanding chip leader at this table as he has been since pretty much from the rip.
I got 600,000. I know exactly how much I got. I'm at like 30%, 20%. I said I have a solid 20. I only got 200 and something.
Ammo here under the gun, looking down at 10 deuce suited. Blinds are 500, 1,000 with $1,000 ante.
If I had half, I would fold all the time.
Cameron on the button, looking down at 6-3 offsuit, glances over to the blinds, puts in 1,000. John with the jack 7 offsuit puts in the call in the small. Lamont checking his option with the 9-4. Cameron was thinking about raising that there. It would have worked if he'd have done it. But instead, he just limps in, can let these blinds see a free flop of queen, 4, 6, 2 diamonds. It's going to give a pair to Lamont, second pair for Cameron. Cameron's the one going to bet this out for 1,500. John goes ahead and lays his down. See if Lamont wants to defend one time. He's got a pretty good chip stack here to call 1,500, with even if it is the bottom pair. And he does reach for chips. I thought he might. So Cameron in the lead, but can't feel good about it after that call. 5 of diamonds on the turn. That's a good card there for the caller's range. Got some more players headed to the table. Lamont puts in the call as well here. He's got the 9 of diamonds to take this away if they somehow get to a showdown, but a diamond doesn't get there. 10 on the river. Lamont here can only win if he puts in a bet here. He does check it. Cameron going to just immediately turn his hand over as he doesn't have enough to bet there, but he's going to see that he's good and pick up a pretty decent sized pot, $12,000 pot. Could have been Lamont's if he'd have found a raise. Got some players joining the feature tables. They break down one of the outer tables.
Are we doing, is this a redraw for Thunder now?
Taking the phones away from the players joining the table. You got 37 minutes left of registration if you're watching or listening near the Dallas or Fort Worth area. This tournament, these 8 flights running concurrently with Poker House Peaks in Dallas and here at Poker House Fort Worth, here in Burleson, just barely south of Fort Worth. Nice, easy, quick drive.
What's your name, sir? Bill?
So just enough time to get here to play into this Flight A. Only $65 to enter this tournament. For 10 more, 10 additional dollars, you can get the instant bonus of 10,000 in chips. So you get a 30,000 starting stack for only $75 into a $50,000 guaranteed tournament. You just can't beat that. And I would highly recommend playing as many flights as you can. We have two bags can move forward. So you can bag twice and combine those bags and bring them to day 2 on Sunday here at Poker House Fort Worth. And if you can get that third bag in there, it's a $500 day 2 instant bonus. That's right, a $500 bonus for that triple bag, which is a great value for only a $65 entry. So you have 8 flights to try to get as many chips as you can. Many chips as you can to get into that day 2. Rich still with 241,000 in chips, the chip leader here at this feature table. Players will be moving around here just like any other tournament as we maintain table balance. This is just the feature table.
Good. Okay, so we have 2 players out of rotations with the small box here. Big blind.
What was the only spendable number? So long. 9.5 weeks, guys.
Tournament players to your seats.
Ammo here under the gun, looking down at ace jack offsuit. No, he raises it up to 4,000. Rich can make the call with the queen 6 suited. So we're going to go heads up to a flop. King 8-10 rainbow here on this flop. Ammo going to lead this one out again here. Rich not having much. Can lay this one down, so good pickup there by Ammo. Played this second buy-in pretty patiently. And these blinds are getting quite up there, so every pot here is starting to matter a little bit more. Still plenty of value. You get 30,000 starting stack if you buy that $10 instant bonus. And that would put you pretty much right in the middle of the pack here at this table. 5 of the players having a little more than 30, and 4 of the players having just a little under 30. Kevin here under the gun, looking down at 9-7 of diamonds, makes the call. Actually, the blinds are even up further now. There's 600 at 1200 with a $1,200 big blind ante. Lamont going to defend his button, calling 1200 with the queen 9. Sean completes the small blind with 8-9 offsuit, and Ammo checks his big blind option with a king queen of spades. Dealer Kevin putting out a flop of ace, ace, 9. No one having an ace. Kevin and Sean and Lamont all having 9s. 5 on the turn does give the nut flush draw there to Ammo, but with the paired board, that's pretty hard. Kevin going to decide to bet out his 9 now for 5,000. Lamont going to look this one up here since he has a 9 as well. And Ammo is going to make the call. So we're going to still see 3 ways here. Lamont unknowingly best with his 9 queen kicker until the spade does get there on the river for Ammo. So now Ammo going to be in position to take down this pot here. And he checked it. He checked it. Very big check there. And Lamont's going to take the bait, betting out 10,000. And there's the rest of it there for Ammo. So that's going to be it there. Lamont never going to call this down. Ammo could have an ace here that he slow played the whole time at a minimum, if not running spades. But he is definitely going to sit back and think about it for a minute and then decides to let it go. So another big pickup there by Ammo. If this were a cash game, he would be almost back to even on that chip stack after losing that first buy-in chip stack. Almost doubled up. Hand number 66 of this flat A here at Poker House Fort Worth. I want to thank everyone for tuning in so far, watching this as we work this the way down to the money at 12% and then to whoever gets to bag the top 8%. We are live here on YouTube and Facebook. I can see both chats. Feel free to get into the chat. Let me know where you're watching from. Let me know if there's anybody here on this feature table that you're rooting on. Have any questions or comments, I will address them as well. I love the interactivity. It kind of helps keep things going along here. I'm sure everyone can only listen to me drone on and on for so long. But the poker has been interesting. Rich here under the gun, the big stack, going to raise it up to 5,000 with his king, queen suited. Sam makes the call. Ace, king of spades. Ammo putting some con chips out here with his jack 10. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop here. All 3 players with good holdings. 7 deuce king here. So Rich and Sam are going to clash heads on this one as Rich is immediately betting out his king high pair of kings with a queen kicker. But Sam here has the pair of kings with the ace kicker. But Rich is never going to go anywhere because he has the diamond draw to back up his. So this is going to be a 50-50 race here. Ammo getting out of the way as Sam goes all in. It's only 10,000 more to Rich. We're going to definitely see him call this. And Sam is going to welcome himself to the live stream and get it in while he's ahead.
Queen with diamond draw. 4 diamonds.
So Sam ahead right now, but it is a virtual coin flip here. Sam looking to dodge a queen or a diamond. On the turn, 9 of hearts. On the river, a jack, and Sam rewarded new to the feature table with a smooth, quick double up.
You can't pull that there. You gotta call it point.
Congratulations to Sam for dodging a lot of bullets there. Welcome to the stream, Galen. Rooting for Ammo. We got some Ammo fans in the chat, several of them. He has been playing well. Couldn't get anything going on that first bullet, but the second buy-in has treated him a lot better. See that he is got about a little over 50,000 in chips.
Hit him too many times against me. Spins it.
Huh?
Rich still over the 200K mark.
Nah.
Bill in the 3 seat looking for a place to get his chips into the middle and either get a double or triple up or still re-enter the tournament while he can. There's still over 20 minutes left to get into this tournament as I look at a live clock.
Clap for 15 and then call.
And speaking of which, Bill here reaching for some chips as he's going to call. Oh, he's going to raise it up here to 24 with a 10-7 suited. I love it. Rich in the big blind. It's only 1,200 more to him, but boy, that looks like a long way away with Queen 3 offsuit. And Bill looks very serious.
Make you work a little bit for it.
And Rich does defend his big blind as we go heads up to a flop of Queen 9-7. Got a pair there for Bill, but he's going to need running spades or another 7 or 10 to take the lead back from Rich, who made a top pair of queens, even though it is Noah is a bad kicker. Bets 3,000 here and see if yep, it's going to be betting a call. There's a great card for Bill there, catching the spade draw and the open-ended straight draw. He's going to be betting here. Let's see how much he bets. Looks like he's going to bet all the rest of it. So 11,800. Rich just has so many chips, has to make the call. So Rich is in the lead, but with only one card to go, it is a dang near a coin flip. Bill looking for a jack, a 6, or a spade. Ace does not do it for Bill, who found a great hand to get his money in really, really well. And Rich drags another one. The man has just had it today. Every time. Still stacking more and more chips. It's not even the top that he's been in chips today. He has just given a little bit back and then got it right back. Given a little bit back and then got it all right back. But still a huge chip stack here. Second chips at the table is Sean with 90,000. Rich having over double that plus some. But he's not been shy to put him in play. So these players are one good hand away from a double up. Sam going to limp in here with pocket fours. Ammo going to make the call with the ace-10 offsuit. Kevin on the button decides to come along with his king-8 of diamonds. Rich, small blind, going to raise it up to 5 straight with the ace-queen offsuit. Cameron getting out of the way. Looks like John folds. Sam makes the call. Going to try to set mine for a 4, and that's going to bring around the rest of the players. So we're going to go 4 ways to a flop. Over 28,000 in the pot already. Deuce, 5, deuce. Great flop here for Sam in his pocket fours. He's going to check the action to see if anybody else wants to bet. If they do not, tough turn card for Sam. That's going to give Rich the top pair now with the 10,000. Sam wishing he could have made a bet there on that flop, I'm sure. But Ammo here going to call the 10,000 with his ace that was no good. Now it's better as he's turned 2 pair. And a bet and a call, and Rich finally getting his first dose of bad news. Rich bet 20, Ammo goes all in. Rich says call and sees the bad news. The rivered 2 pair, bigger 2 pair there for Ammo. And so huge double up there for Ammo. That happened so quickly, I couldn't even keep up with it there. Rich is still the chip leader, obviously, but that's going to put Ammo up over the 100K mark. Big double up for him. Great river card to save Ammo. Rich was never going to let the pedal off the metal on that one, and Ammo did not act like he was going to be folding. And so lucky for him to spike that 10 on the river. Got a little over 20 minutes left to get into this flight. Just a little over 20 minutes. Sam here under the gun. Looks like he's going to call the big blind with the jack eight of spades. Sean, who was at the beginning table, got eliminated, got back in. It looks like he's built himself up a decent stack to 61K or so. Ammo makes the call with the ace king suited. A little sneaky call there. Rich going to call 5-4 offsuit. Cameron going to call. Looks like we're going to have 6 ways to a flop here, or at least 5. King 7 10 2 diamonds. No player having diamonds. Cameron with second pair. Ammo top. See how he chooses to play this one here. A good bet could shake everyone. He does bet 10,000. Rich getting out of the way. Cameron and John making the fold and Sam making the fold. So that one's going to be taken down by Ammo, showing the ace king, letting everybody know that, hey, I am still here with the goods. When I'm betting, take me serious. A full table of 9 here at this feature table. We still have outer tables going on for this flight A. And if you're watching or listening, you still got just under 20 minutes to get here. Get in on this flight A. Rich wakes up with pocket aces, bets it up, and no people on the hook. Pretty scary when the chip leader is still getting pocket aces. Unlucky for him, but luckily for everyone else at the table, they didn't wake up with anything worth battling with. Hand number 71 here at Flight A. We've got Nathan, who's new at the table, moved from an outer table in the big blind. Lamont under the gun lets his hand go. Sean, like I said, who was started at the feature table here, got moved to an outer table, but actually he was eliminated here at the feature table. Got back in and looks like it was a good choice as he has quite the stack and made his way back here to the feature table. Going to raise this one up to 35. And Rich got pocket aces again? What in the wide world is going on here? He gets pocket aces, everybody folds. So he gets pocket aces again, back to back. And this time he has some fish on the line. It was raised up by John to 3,500, 3-bet to 13.5 by Rich. Let's see if Sean makes the call here. He does. So we're going to go heads up to a flop here. Deuce 7-9, 2 hearts. Sean going to check it over to Rich, and Rich is not going to slow down here. Going to be betting 15,000. Gut shot here for Sean, but it is for a significant percentage of his stack. Does he want to make the gamble here? He does. I like it. Gamble. He actually bet 20. So huge chunk of his stack. And he gets rewarded immediately. Makes the jack high straight. Shove by Rich. And Sean, having the check mark already locked up, going to get a full double up here from Rich, courtesy of the back-to-back pocket aces. Tough one there for Rich. You get pocket aces, raise it up, no one calls. You get pocket aces the very next hand, and end up getting one caller who makes the straight, cracking the aces. And Rich, for the first time in a couple hours, down below the 100K mark. And that's going to make Sean your current chip leader. Dealer Paul there counting up the chips, and called a significant part of his stack too to catch that 8 on the turn. He only had about 75K, and Rich put the pressure on with a $20,000 bet. Called a little less than a quarter of his stack to try to hit that gut shot and was immediately rewarded. But you're getting at that portion of the tournament, getting really close to that end of registration, to where Sean felt like, I'm either going to have a monster stack or I'm going to re-enter before the end of registration. You've always got to keep that in mind when we reach this level of tournaments, looking for people who are going to be getting it in real lightly to try to spin it up or re-enter. When the tournament is not that expensive to play, it's only a $65 tournament with only a $10 optional instant bonus. So $75 is the most you can spend on this tournament to get 30,000 in chips. So could be looking at that. John is the only short stack here. John and Nathan, they're the only ones under the 30,000. But you definitely want to spin it up if you can, gamble a little bit, just like we saw Sean do there, and it paid off literally immediately. Now into the gun, he's going to call 1,200 with this 6-5 suited. Rich, looking to get some of those chips back, calls the 1,200. John in the cutoff, who we haven't seen take much action here in the last little bit, wakes up with King 10 offsuit, decides to make that call. Nathan going to defend his small blind, and Lamont checking his option. CA flop of King, Queen, 9, John, top pair, gut shot for Lamont. And John going to go ahead and shove this one immediately in there to take down this pot. And it should get through here unless someone decides to get a little bit crazy. Lamont lets his go. Sean folding. Rich getting out of the way. So big pickup there by John, who's trucking right along. Just over the starting stack. So Sean, the chip leader with 186,000 ammo, behind him with 120, and Rich knocked from first to third after that huge pot there with Sean, as they almost effectively flipped chip stacks. This is the last level before the end of registration. So if you are headed to this tournament, I hope you are getting close to being there. We are 15 minutes in the past. So in real time, you got about 15 minutes left to enter the tournament. After a few limps here, Sean in the big blind goes all in, punishing the limpers with the ace-queen offsuit. Nathan on the button folds around to him. Does he want to gamble with his whole stack with the ace-9 offsuit? He does let it go, and Lamont here going to let his hand go as well. So, like I said, Sean punishing the limpers there, shoving it all in, waking up with a good hand to squeeze with. Kevin here under the gun looking down at ace 6 offsuit. Gonna limp in for 1600. Rich folding the queen 3. Cameron into the mug. John waking up with ace king of hearts. He's gonna go ahead and push this one all in here. 32, a little over 30,000, a little over a starting stack in the middle. Folds around to Lamont. Be for half of his chips, but like I spoke a minute ago, some of these guys try to get it in lightly to try to either double up or re-enter the tournament with such a cheap entry fee. He does decide to go ahead and let it go. Sean here, he has a little better of a hand. King, queen offsuit in the small blind. And he is the big stack, but it would be for a good chunk of his chips, almost a third of his chips. But he might think he's staring down some easy money here, but he does go ahead and lay it down. And it's going to fold all the way the rest around the table there. And John going to pick up some blinds and a limper there. So hand number 75. 44 entries so far, and we still have 10 minutes left of registration. The players are about to go on their break. We will be streaming here for 15 more minutes, and then we'll be on our break. Like I said, we run 15 minutes behind these players. They're about to go on break in real time. See how many entries we pick up during registration. Rich here under the gun going to call with the Jack 6 suited. John going to make the call with the ace 8. Lamont wakes up with pocket 7s. Looks like he's reaching for some raising chips here. No, he's just going to call. Try to see a flop with pocket 7s. Ammo's going to defend his small blind with 7-5, and Kevin checking his option with king 7. So no sets or quads going to be available for Lamont, as all the 7s are now accounted for. Dealer Paul puts out a flop of 10, 4, 9 rainbow. Gut shot for nobody. 10 on the turn. Players still checking this one around. Rich gonna bet this out. 4,000 with his Jack 6 suited. John getting out of the way. Does Lamont want to maybe look him up as a bluff here? He does. Lamont's going to call a 4,000, not believing Rich just yet. That's going to send Ammo and Kevin into the muck. 6 on the river. That gives Rich a pair, which is going to make him bet again. And Lamont here is going to look up this $4,000 bet guaranteed. And he's going to turn over the pocket 7s and see the winner here. So good little pickup there by Lamont. Rich still over a double stack, but he definitely has been trending the wrong direction the last hour or so. Like I said, the players have about 15 minutes until their break in stream time. They just now went on their break in real time. So we'll see if Rich can keep it together and spin it back up for the next 15 minutes before they hit break. Mystery hand here for John as he raises it up to 22, it looks like. Four, 5, 6. So if John's card reader is correct, he's the one that raised it up. He's either got ace 4 or possibly pocket 4s, which could be pretty huge. John's showing Jack 10, betting 11,000. Big bet there. So John didn't have pocket fours. He lets it go, but Rich does make the call with a complete mystery hand. 7 of diamonds on the turn, and Rich is going to ship it in there. And big move there by Rich. And if Sean does have the Jack 10, I don't think he's going to be able to do anything about this here. So a well-timed shove here by Rich. Yep. Picking up his cards, take one good look at them back. And into the muck there. So Rich finally dragging a pot. Going back the right direction. Ammo and Rich and Cameron all 3 ways to a limped in pot here. 4-4 king. No help to anyone. First person to bet this one here is going to take this one down. 5 on the turn brings the spades home. Cameron does have a jack high spade draw. Gut shots for Rich and Ammo both needing a 6 for an 8 high straight. $2,500 a bet by Cameron here. And does Rich want to see if he's on a heater? Nope, he does let it go. So good pickup there by Cameron. Lamont here, middle position, going to call the 1600 with the ace-10 offsuit. Cameron, the small blind, going to complete with 9-6. And John, the big blind, 30,000 in chips behind here. Pocket sevens, looks down at his chip stack, may be shoving it in right here, and that's exactly what he does. And it's definitely going to get through. I don't think Lamont's going to call off half his stack with the ace-10 off. And Cameron was just completing the small because he was halfway there. So good move there by John, having the wherewithal to shove that in there, because it's not going to improve much if you see a flop. Just get it all in and take it down there and get you 2 extra big blinds. So no one on emergency short stack. John and Nathan. John at 36,000, Nathan at 24. Starting stack is 38,000. Sam had a quick double up and is still floating around that 60K mark. Same with Kevin and Cameron. Lamont at 77. Rich has slid backwards to 87,000. See if he can make a comeback in the last few minutes before the break. Nathan under the gun with ace-10 offsuit, putting together looks like some raising chips, maybe calling chips. Yeah, looks like calling chips there of 1,600. Lamont getting out of his way. Sean, middle position, looking down at the king, queen offsuit. Looks like he might have raised. He did raise to 4,200. Ammo going to get out of the way. Kevin getting out of the way. Rich going to make a call with the ace queen offsuit. Big hand here for Rich. Shares a card with Sean. And Nathan's going to move back in over the top, all in 24,000. I thought that could happen. It's hard to do it into two players, but you're not going to find much of a better spot after you can't just call a fifth of your chips at this stage of the tournament. You might as well put it all in. And it's going to be tough here for Sean to continue with Rich right behind him. King Queen is never good here in two different spots.
I call.
But he does make the call, and that's going to bring Rich around instantly. Yes, and Rich is even all in, and Sean called down. So Sean going for a home run here, making the call of Rich's all in. So, as Rich would say, are we going from the penthouse to the outhouse? Rich all in, ahead with Ace Queen, very nicely ahead, sharing a queen with Sean, having the better kicker, and sharing the ace with Nathan and having the better kicker. And dealer Paul bringing us to a flop. King 4 8 2 spades. Sean takes the lead. 8 of spades on the turn. Give Nathan some outs for the flush. And it does happen. So Nathan going to get the side pot. And
Let's go. Double lead.
Rich going to take the other pot with the queen of spades. So Rich is still going to be alive. Quite a few chips there. Nathan going to get the full triple up, making him more than comfortable. And Sean takes a cannonball to his stack. Big turn of events there for these players. Big hand. Pretty ambitious there by Sean to try to knock both players out, but like I said earlier, it was a tournament changing hand. And whenever you get this close to the end of registration, a lot of these players will be shoving in lightly to try to spin it up or re enter the tournament. And I think all three players were thinking that exact same thing. So while it looks like a pretty rough call, it definitely has its merits. And without that spade on the river, no one would be guessing at that. No one would be guessing that call, and Sean would be stacking almost 300K in chips, if not more. So, hindsight 2020. Have to understand what's going on in the moment there for Sean. So big swing of events there. And I think that might have actually put Rich back in the chip lead. Yeah, it did. It did. So Rich back in the chip lead ever so slightly, but does have the chip lead over Ammo. 125,000 in Rich's stack. Ammo right behind him with 115, who quietly spun his chips up and then relaxed the last few minutes. Sean is still in third in chips after that huge cannonball hit.
16, 16.
And then Nathan, Lamont, Cameron, Kevin, and Sam all around that 50 to 70 mark. And John in the one seat looking for the double up only has 35,000, but it's more than a starting stack, which is where a lot of people who are coming in at this last minute are at. So Rich with his newfound chips here in the hijack going to call the big blind with the ace 8 offsuit. John and Sam getting out of the way. Nathan, who just got a lot, his chips stacked up, almost stacked up, 75,000 in chips with pocket eights. Let's see if if he wants to check his option here with the pocket eights or if he wants to go ahead and raise this one up. Does reach for some additional chips here. He is going to raise this one up 20,000, a significant raise here with the pocket eights.
Just me and him?
Getting rushed over here.
Shake it down, big guy.
Just be.
And Rich going to let his go, and Nathan picks up an additional big blind there from Rich.
1,200 down, you big bad poker player, you.
Trying to get that shit on.
Dealer Carlos taking us into hand number 81 of this Flight A $50,000 guaranteed tournament. Ammo middle position, looking down at King 8 suited, 1,600 to play this game now. Does reach for some call-in chips, makes the call. Kevin lets his hand go, Rich folding as well. Folds around to John and Sam, who let it go, down to the small blind of Nathan. 10-7 suited, 800 more to play at a discounted rate. And Lamont checking his option with the queen at 10. So king 8 versus queen 10 versus 10-7. 5-6 jack on this flop here, rainbow. First aggressor here is going to be able to take this one down. Board pairing 5 on the turn. Picks up the flush draw for ammo. Ace of the river. No player having ace. That's going to check around here, and they're going to show it down. And ammo is going to take this one down with the king high. So players are now on break. So we will be taking our break from the stream as well. And we will be coming back. No more re-entries. We're going to play down to 12%. That will make a $100 bill if they get busted out between 12 and 8. And at 8%, we stop the tournament, tag and bag, or bag and tag, however you say it, to bring back that stack on Sunday, day 2. So thanks for tuning in to Poker House Fort Worth, and stick around, and we're going to take you all the way down to the qualifiers.
You gonna tilt now? Not you. You gonna tilt now. He didn't give me money. I took my money. Yeah. Man, I have back-to-back aces. I mean, what can I do there? I'm not gonna. Yeah, but how much? 14-5 is called with a jack 10. And he hit 9-8, and they're hitting 9-7. He hit 8 on the turn. What a bullshit for a turn. Yeah, I bet you so. And I went all in on it. Went all in on the turn. Six or seven. Oh, Lord. Tournament poker. My one time.
Reese here, back just in time to see a colossal hand go down here. Rich here looking for a 6 or a 7. 4 does not do it, so Sean gets a lot of those chips back that he gave Rich earlier. Rich still alive. So big double up there for Sean to get some of those chips back that he lost earlier.
Yeah, I was like, what? I read it again just in case, so I didn't want to. I thought I flopped it straight before.
hand number 84. We got 9 players at the table, and the chips are pretty even. I mean, you got a chip leader, but you definitely no one like it was earlier. You're going to see some players tighten up just a little bit as there's no more re-entries. One life to live here after registration. We had 44 total entries into this flight A, and so that means fourth and fifth place will be each getting a $100 bill min cash, and first, second, and third will be tagging and bagging, coming back for day 2. Cameron here, and they're going to raise it up with ace jack of diamonds. Blinds are 1,000, 2,000 with the 2,000 big blind ante. Going to raise it up to 5,500. Lamont and the hijack lets his hand go. Sean folding as well. Over to Ammo on the button. Going to make the call, defending his button. Kevin and Rich looking at an ace deuce offsuit. A little bit cheaper for him since he is in the big blind. It calls and completes. So we are going to go 3 ways to a flop. Ace, jack, deuce, 2 pair for Cameron. Oh, and 2 pair for Rich, all in a snap. Tough flop. And Ammo going to sit here and think about it for some crazy reason. That's okay, Ammo. You're not going to get anywhere. Everybody already loves you. You don't need more screen time. There you go. Let it go. Tough spot. Rich, 2 pair. Cameron, 2 pair. Rich going to see the bad news. Rich needing a deuce and only a deuce. Get a little bit of that luck back from the beginning of the tournament. Can he do it here on this river? Ah, so close. Rich, it's a pleasure watching him play and just hit everything he needed today for this flight A, but just could not carry it all the way down to the end. Well played, Mr. Rich, and we'll see a lot more of that gentleman this week. And for anyone listening, coming to play in these tournaments, I hope you don't see him because he's a tough one to play against. Blinds are 1,000, 2,000 with a 2,000 ante. Undergun John here looking down at 9-3 offsuit. Sam, who's been pretty quiet since his early double up. Nathan going to call 2,000 with king at 9 offsuit. Sean in the hijack, jack 7 suited, wants to see a flop. He's going to raise it up to 6,000. Ammo and Kevin getting out of the way. Cameron, small blind, or in the big blind, looking down at queens. Just smooth calls the 6 of Sean. Deciding to slow play this a little bit here, and that's going to bring Nathan along. So we're going to go 3 ways. Pocket queens, very disguised. And a king on the flop. And so Cameron's got a bet here to see where he's at. And he's going to get a call from Nathan and learn the bad news. Yep, there's the call from Nathan. Sean going to get out of the way. And now Cameron knows that he needs a queen and only a queen to take this hand down. 5 on the turn, no good. Check. And Nathan may check here because he only has a 9 at kicker. but he may put in a little bit of value bet of maybe 10,000 or so. 15 is the bet, and now's the time for Cameron to let go of the queens and lose the minimum. If you're going to slow play him pre, you might as well lose the minimum post. Nathan has not stepped out of line. He's not going to do this on a flush draw. He doesn't have a 2, 4, or 5 in his hand. Ace, deuce of hearts. And some players would play that this way. Maybe he had ace, tray of hearts. Either way, a good fold there by Cameron. Nodding as if Nathan showed the king, I believe. Sean gets himself over the 200,000 chip mark, building a sizable lead on the rest of the table. Ammo in second place with just right at 100, as well as Nathan and Cameron, both just a couple thousand within that 100,000 mark. So 6-figure lead on second, third, and fourth place, and then it moves on down from Lamont, Kevin, Sam, and John, all looking to make a move. Blinds aren't being yet, but every pot definitely valuable here at this level. Sean limps in with the ace tray of spades. Ammo and hijack looking at a 3 deuce of diamonds. Pretty fun little hand. He does make the call. John gonna make the call with his 5-3 suited. Sam gonna check his option with the ace deuce offsuit. So lots of deuces and trays and aces already gone in the field. 7 deuce 10. Ammo, Sam both flopping a pair of deuces. Heart draws for John. Chooses not to bet this out here. Checks around. King of hearts does bring in the flush for John and gives Cameron top pair. John, very sneaky check there. Let's see if he can get a bet out of Cameron. That's what he's trying to do. Yeah, Cameron is going to reach for a chest bet in 3,500 on his top pair of kings. And now, does John smooth call here or ships it? Yeah, that's going to be into this hand. Cameron won't be able to call a raise not with the hearts there facing him. So John's check probably did make him the maximum though, and gives John some much needed chips.
Well, no, I just didn't want someone to walk by with it. I doubt these better than that.
I was gonna say, I'm sure it's the honor system that you're confident in. That's big brother issue. It's got her back.
Big hello there to Broke Gambler Slots. Thanks for stopping in on the YouTube side of things. We are working our way down to our first qualifiers into this $50,000 guaranteed tournament. We're on Flight A here. Only a $65 entry. This is the feature table. We have one outer table going on. Sean going to raise this up to 6,000 with pocket nines. Cameron going to come along with his ace jack offsuit. Nathan in the big blind are going to complete for a little bit cheaper with the 5 deuce of hearts. And we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. Three, 6, 3. So Sean's still ahead here. Let's see if he wants to continue betting this out pretty hard. He's grabbing a little chips there. Looks like 17 into a pot of 21, 18. And I don't think Cameron's going to come on. Yeah, so that's going to be it there. So C-bet there by Sean to take this one down. Broke, we've got 5 is who we're looking for. 5 people. So 4th and 5th are making a min cash of $100. And first, and we're looking for 3 qualifiers. So 3 baggers and 2 min cashes for this $65 flight. We had a total of 44 entries on this very first flight. Great turnout for a Tuesday night. Sean have more than a double on to second place there, 215,000 to Ammo's 103. Nathan and Cameron both under 100 as well. Sam and John need to find some spots here pretty soon. They still got over 20 bigs though.
Just trying to make the top 4 and 5th $100.
That's great to hear, Broke Gambler. Ammo waking up with Pocket King is raising it up pretty well, and no one coming along. with some of the beats that we saw earlier. Probably a good thing to take down some blinds with kings, queens, aces, things like that. Looks like ammo is getting called away from the table as we do some table balancing here. This table is a feature table, but it's still a normal tournament table. Gary, appreciate you, buddy. I will be there tomorrow. Come get your bag into flight B. John here in the hijack found his spot with the ace king offsuit. Going to push it all in for 45,000. Sean of the big blind is in for 3,000. It's only 39,000 for him to call. He's only got 209. It's still a pretty good chunk of his chips, but he has pocket fours. He hasn't played with John the entirety of the feature table like some of these other ones. He could be behind a lot here with pocket fours, but he is cutting out some calling chips, and he does make the call. He's going to say that he was correct, but that's a tough call to make with pocket fours. King 10-5. John's going to take the lead on this one. Sean be looking for a 4 and only a 4. Nothing on the turn here on the river. No good. And so John going to get the full double up courtesy of Sean there with the ace king. It's Mac. Hey, Mac. Good to see you, man. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. The Summer Jam 2 tomorrow. The flight B at 6 p.m. August 21st. That is tomorrow at 6 p.m. It's going to be just exactly the same thing we ran today, but we're going to be bagging 3 players today, and so if one of those players comes back tomorrow and bags again, they get to combine those 2 bags and move them on to day 2 this coming Sunday. Now, if you happen to get a 3rd bag at some point this week, you get to take your top 2 to day 2 and get a $500 triple bag bonus on that day 2. So there's 8 flights. You can play in as many as you want to, or just one of them, whatever the case may be. If you play in one flight and you get a great bag, fantastic. You do not have to play in any other flights. You can just take that one and move on. But you have the opportunity to double bag and add those 2 bags together. So day 2, August 25th, that's this coming Sunday. Today was the first of 8 flights. Flight 2 tomorrow, 6 p.m. And then another 6 p.m. flight on a Thursday. So today, tomorrow, and Thursday, 6 p.m. Friday, noon and 6 p.m. for flight D and E. And then Saturday is the big moving day, noon, 6 p.m. and a 10 p.m. turbo flight. Now that 10 p.m. turbo flight, that's going to be a great flight for if you've already got 2 bags and you're trying to get a quick triple bag to get that $500 bonus, or if you've gotten 1 bag and you're just wanting to add to it to take it over to day 2 and combine it with your existing bag. But the turbo flight is a great last chance opportunity to spin up that $65 with the $10 instant bonus for 10,000 in chips to get into either more chips into day 2 or to get that triple bag bonus, that $500 bonus. So Fort Worth and Peaks both working together for this tournament. And so all of these flights that you see here are all running concurrently. Peaks is having their flight A right now as we speak. They're playing down to their qualifiers as well. We will both start up at 6 p.m. tomorrow, 6 p.m. Thursday, running them simultaneously. So if you are watching or listening from the Dallas area and Peaks is closer to you, feel free to head over there and play and try to get that bag and bring it over to Poker House Fort Worth here in Burleson on that day too. Back in June when we ran this tournament, the Summer Jam #1, the pot was almost $70,000, and day two was at Poker House Peaks in Dallas. This time, we're doing it right here at Poker House Fort Worth this coming Sunday at 1 p.m. Right here, we're going to feature this table, and we will stream it down to a winner as well on this table. So the same channel, YouTube channel you are on, or the Facebook page you are on, you can join us on that day two, August 25th, to see who takes down the lion's share of this $65 entry, 20,000 starting stacks, $10 gets you additional 10,000 for $75, 30,000 in ships for a $50,000 guarantee tournament. Cannot beat that. So we are looking forward to that. We're having a quick technical break really quickly. We're going to bring it right back here shortly, any minute. There we go. But so there's plenty of action for the rest of this week. If you missed today's tournament, you still have 7 other opportunities to get into this thing. And like I said, can't wait to see how it all plays out, and hopefully we can meet and surpass June's prize pool of that almost $70,000.
It's gonna be a handle on the screen.
People might log in and watch our stream now just to see Kevin.
He's about to do it.
What are you gonna do next?
It's come on.
Nathan going to raise this one up and take him some blinds here with the ace jack offsuit. He's built up just under 100,000 in the chips. Sean's still your current chip leader with 171,000. Sam, the short stack. Sam's cards just haven't cooperated much this tournament. Has not been able to look down and see much of anything to compete with here tonight. He got a double up super early, like his first or second hand in the tournament, and it's just been kind of a downhill since then, but really hasn't lost anything, just hasn't really been involved. Sean being taunted with pocket fours again. Looks like he's going to put in a min raise here to 6. Oh, 11. I thought he put in 2 red chips. Or 1 red chip he put in 2. Kevin in the hijack looking at ace 8 suited. Going to make the call. We're going to have a heads up to a flop. 10-6 deuce. No help to either player. Sean's still ahead here. King on the turn. See if Sean wants to bet this out now. I believe Lamont was just moved off of the stream. That means we are at 6-6. Like I said, we have to keep the tables balanced, just like any tournament. Just because this is on the stream doesn't mean it doesn't follow the same rules as the rest of the tournament. These players don't have any sort of advantage over any other players as far as positioning or the table being heavy or anything like that. So if we have 6 here, the most they could have out there is 7. We keep them nice and balanced here at Poker House Fort Worth. Sam here on the button going to raise this one up with pocket jacks to 7,000. Nathan and Sean both making the call. Ace, tray, 4, 2 spades, scare card there for pocket jacks. But not enough to keep him from going all in after it's going to check to him, and these players are going to fold. And so Sam, his patience being rewarded, survives an all in there with an ace on the board, neither player having an ace. Puts him up to 51,000.
Slow down. What are you doing over there?
Hear players yelling about them eliminating players at the outer table and not being limited here on the feature table. When we get down to 9, they will all be drawn for a final table here. Ace, Jack, 10 here. Sam with the pair of aces. Going to bet this one out as well. I guess me calling his cards out. Decided to wake up just a little bit here. Get him a couple pots there in a row. Blinds are 1,500, 3,000, 3,000. Have some significant blinds now. Players still have plenty of chips. It's a well-structured tournament. But the blinds do come across quite a bit quicker when you're short-handed in the last two tables. So even though the blinds aren't too terribly bad, they are coming around rather quickly. Sean on the button here with ace 10 suited. Sam called in the hijack, trying to make it 3 in a row, I guess. Sean going to raise this one up to 16K. Kevin immediately puts in all of his chips. Ace queen offsuit for 67,000. That's going to be a good chunk of Sean's chips, and ace 10 is going to be a tough one to call with. Just hoping that your opponent has nines or less. Any sort of ace jack, ace king, ace queen, pocket aces, pocket kings, queens, jacks, all have you in pretty rough shape. But it's suited and pretty, and we've seen Sean gamble tonight. He's cutting out some calling chips here. He still have just under 100,000 left. Does he want to gamble here? And he does. Makes the call, and good to see the bad news that he is way behind Kevin here with the ace queen. John 6, 7, 8 on this flop, a 9 or a 10. Kevin needed to dodge a 9 or a 10. 4 doesn't do it, so Kevin's ace queen going to get him a full double up courtesy of Sean there. And that may put Kevin as the chip leader here at this feature table. You hear the clock as the blinds are going up. This will be the last hand at 1,500 to 3,000, 3,000. And Kevin takes over the chip lead at this featured table.
Oh, no, I'm watching TV and just talking to no one in general. Thank you.
Sam under the gun letting his go. Nathan folds Sean and the cutoff there, who just took that big bit of chips out of his stack there to double up Kevin. Is going to raise this up to 8,000 with the queen jack offsuit. Does not stay, stays on the aggressive path, and I like it. It's a way to get those chips back. And he's going to take it down to some blinds there. Stays aggressive, and I like it. $2,000, $4,000 with the 4,000 ante. Like I said, short-handed poker makes it tough. When you get down to the final two tables in any tournament and the blinds start coming around every 3 or 4 hands. This one's going to fold all the way to the blinds where John wakes up with ace-king. Tough spot here because it looks like he's going to be making a move on the big blind every time here. But he does get away with it as Sam does not wake up with anything even marginal. And so John is going to get a free big blind plus an ante out of that one. So a good pickup there in the small with the ace-king. When it folds around to the blinds, small blind, big blind, if you small blind raising it up, it always, always, always looks like they're just picking on the big blind. And the big blinds always, always, always just wanting to call super lighter because they feel like they're being picked on. Amo's wife, there's at least 12, could be 11. This feature table here has 6 players left. And I know Amo got moved out to the outer table. I do not know if he is still in the tournament. But when the tournament reaches 9 players, we will be redrawing and coming back here to this feature table. Say I'm going to call with the King 10 suited in the small blind. Nathan looking at a 7 deuce in the big. Going to check his options, so we're going to go heads up to a flop. Yeah, Ammo did move to the outer table. He did not get eliminated. He got moved off of it, but I do not know if he is still in the tournament or not. I'm watching this 15 minutes in the past, just like you are, and so we'll just have to wait and see if he comes back. Sam picking up the open-ended straight flush draw. Nathan with the 7 deuce. Nothing he can do about it here. Shows him and folds. So Sam gets that big blind and ante back that he lost to John last hand. Once again, 6 players at this feature table. That means there's 5 or 6 on the outer table. I can tell you in real time how many players are left, but I don't want to spoil it for you. Cameron in the hijack going to call the 4,000 with pocket sixes. Nathan going to complete the small blind with the ace 9. And Sean going to punish the limpers by moving all in with the ace deuce off suit. And Cameron really looking at this one. He knows that Sean could be doing this with a pretty wide range to take down the limpers. But it's hard to risk that much with the pocket sixes. And it would be for pretty much, yep, Nathan's going to gamble with him. Big gamble there by Nathan. Ace 9 is going to see that he is going to be well rewarded, at least at first. John puts out 8-8 tray. Lots of chop outs here. There's another 8. Jack on the river. So they are going to chop this one up. Trip ace, ace, jack. Sean catches a break on the turn there. Or actually on the river for the jack being higher than Nathan's 9. So any 7 or less. Sean complaining that Nathan looks him up so lightly, but there comes a point you can only push a man around for so long before they start calling your bets. Kevin here in the big blind, going to rip it all in with the pocket 10s. No takers there. Five players here at this feature table, so I would assume there's 5 left on the outer table. So we are really close to getting down to the redraw for the final table right here on stream, where we will be playing down to 3 players. We're going to have 5 players in the money. So fifth place and fourth place will both get a $100 min cash for this $65 tournament. And then the top three will pause, record their chips, and come back on day two, August 25th, with that chip stack and play for the lion's share of a $50,000 guaranteed pot. But hopefully, the three who bag come back tomorrow and want to play in the 6 p.m. flight tomorrow and try to get a second bag to go with that bag they get tonight. Front door clubs do get there. John with the jack high clubs. No player with the pair. Kevin still ahead with the ace. Pairs the ace on the river, but it's the wrong ace as John gets the check mark for the jack of clubs. The ace and the queen are accounted for, so only the king of clubs beats him, so you could see him make a bet here. And I don't think Kevin can call unless he just wants to see what John is going to bet 5,000 with. He's playing his five of clubs. Yep, he's going to shake his head and throw that chip out there just to see.
Is it the show?
No, 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 no. This not the show. It's not on. Sorry. I'm just trying to make sure.
Dealer Kevin in the box. Fresh new dealer here from Poker House for Poker House Fort Worth from the West Texas clubs. Yep, and Sema calling the halt for the final table.
Yes.
So the players will do a quick redraw.
Yes, sir. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do for you. No, it sounded like you were telling me. Well, okay, good.
No, we're not on break. We're not on break. I'm just
No, they just all
combining the
started
table.
leaving. I know.
We're not on break, guys. We're just combining the table. Just so you know, you're not
Attention
back
for
on
the
your feet on
players.
time.
It's not a break.
And as they are combining for that final table, they'll do a table redraw. We'll record the chips of the players that are moving over. And hopefully, if you know someone in this tournament, hopefully they're still in the field and they were out at that outer table, and we'll see their faces here shortly. Again, this is the final table of the Flight A Summer Jam 2. Five of these players. So we're going to play down to five. Whoever goes out in fifth and fourth will get a min cash of $100. And then the final three will be tagging and bagging their stacks to come back on the, as you see on your screen there, the day to August 25th. Once again, checking in on the uh, final table drawing here. We will be bringing you the final 9 sitting down at this stream table. And like I said, 3 people will qualify for the day 2. And the 4th place and 5th place will get the $100 min cash. And each of these players, like I said, here at this final table, um, you're going to see some decent poker, hopefully, because these guys have been playing this tournament, and there's only 8% of the fields move on to day 2. 12% get paid. So that's why we're paying 5 places. So when 5th place gets eliminated, they'll get a $100 min cash. And when 4th place gets eliminated, they'll get a $100 min cash. And then the tournament is immediately over. And doesn't matter, first, second, third, whatever. All 3 players remaining will tag and bag their stacks, and hopefully come back on some other flights and try to add to those bags. But at minimal, bringing those stacks back to day 2 this coming Sunday at 1 p.m. at Poker House Fort Worth. That's the only thing different we're doing about this Summer Jam 2 from when we did it back in June, is day 2 is going to be at Poker House Fort Worth instead of headed over to Peaks. We're kind of switching it up back and forth here. So Poker House Fort Worth this coming Sunday for the top 3 finishers. As soon as we hit 3, that's it. Clock stops. You bag the chips, write their names on them, and then they move those chips forward to day 2. And then if any of those 3 players come and play in the remaining 7 flights and they bag again, they get to add it to the bag they get tonight and bring both bags to day 2. And then if they can get a third one in the remaining flights, they'll get to take the top 2 bags to day 2 and then get an instant $500 bonus on day 2, cash money paid to them. That's why you want to get in these flights early. That's why you want to play in them often and get those bags and give yourself the most opportunities to get to that triple bag bonus $500 instant cash reward. And when the entry fee is only $65, that is a great return on that play. Again, $65 entry, $10 instant bonus that is optional, gets you an additional 10,000 in chips for a total starting stack of 30,000. So 65 plus 10, so 75 is the most you can spend on one entry in a flight for a $50,000 guaranteed tournament. Absolutely fantastic return on your money. It's a good tournament. We had almost $70,000 prize pool back in June. I'm hoping to meet and exceed that prize pool this month. And you can do it here at Fort Worth, or you can enter at Peaks in Dallas. Either club, they're both running concurrently, all 8 flights. Peaks is just getting close to finishing up their flight, and we are pretty close on ours in real time. And of course, the stream is 15 minutes behind, so you will definitely won't miss a thing here on the stream if you've been with us or if you're just now tuning in. We do appreciate you. And we can look now at some of these chip stacks. Flowers, 390. Big chip stack there. Sigma looking at 264,000. Kenny, 192. Kevin at 142. Sean at 113. John, 93. Nathan at 65. And Sam at 60. So all the big stacks were at the outer table. Looks like they've had quite a bit of action out there, as we've got 3 players coming in to this final table that were above the chip leader of the feature table. So yeah, lots of poker left. Dealer Kevin found the dealer button there. We do a computer redraw, and then we do a high card for the button, the double blind draw for the button. I enjoy doing that across all the markets. Double blind, that way nobody can say anything. So So new faces here at this final table. It's no longer the feature table, but it's the final table. Sam here, 10-7 suited, middle position calling 4,000. Folds around to flowers on the button, 4,000 to play. Ace 10 offsuit. Looks like he makes the call. No, he's going to raise this one up to 15,000 with his ace 10 offsuit. Kevin, the small blind, lets his go. Nathan folds back over to Sam. Out of position, 10-7 suited. Decides to go ahead and fold this one for 11,000 more. And the chip leader Flowers just crossed over the 400,000 mark.
He just folded 9-7 hearts.
Flowers you'll recognize from the DJ stream. Played the cash game there last Wednesday. Played well. Did pretty good. Stigma, you've seen on our Congress stream. I think he played a little bit on DJ's stream last week as well. Was it last week or before? But I'm pretty sure it was last week on DJ's stream. Kenny, new to me anyway. And then everyone else was already on the feature table. Looks like we might have had a double knockout on the outer table. No one in the 5 seat. So it looks like we came to the final table with 8.
Get up here, Kevin. You gotta get up here.
Nathan, the big blind, or the small blind, going to raise it up all in with his ace jack offsuit after Flowers raised it up. It's a lot of chips. 40. He's all in for 57, so it's another 47.5 to Flowers, who just has 400K. About 10% of his stack. So you want to gamble here about 10% of the stack to try to eliminate somebody. Tough call. Like I said earlier, you're dead to ace king, ace queen. A lot of the times you're hoping your opponent has jacks or less here at best. You're behind any ace and really hurting to an ace king or ace queen. Like I said, it's about a little over 10% of his stack. So he can take the hit if he chooses to gamble. But he hasn't been playing with Nathan. Nathan's been on the feature table, and Flowers has been out on the outer table. So he really doesn't know much about Nathan unless they've just played together here at Poker House Fort Worth. But he's going to make the call. He says, I've got enough chips to try to eliminate a player here. And Nathan is going to enjoy what he sees. I'll let the graphics catch up there, showing Nathan won, but Nathan did not win. They haven't even started yet. So Nathan, ace, jack, all in at risk against Flowers, king, queen, offsuit. Flowers has spades working, and that's it. And flop, king in the window, 6 tray, 2 hearts, needing an ace. And there's another king there. So Flowers gambling takes out Nathan in 8th place. Well played by Nathan. Gambled with that ace 9 earlier and against Sean, and ended up with a good double up there. Tried it again with the ace jack. It did not quite survive. So good playing by Nathan to get as far as he did. And then there were 7. So 2 more dead eliminations left who won't be getting anything for their efforts. Just a pat on the back. And then we've got 5th and 4th place, both getting a min cash of $100. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd will be bagging and tagging for this coming Sunday. Sean going to raise this one up to 11,000 with the ace 8 of spades. Folds around a button. Kevin, who folds. Sigma in the small blind going to defend his level. Queen 6 suited. Sam in the big blind going to fold. So we're going to have heads-up action between Sean and Sigma, 2 players that have not battled yet here on the feature table. Jack 4, Jack 2 diamonds. Misses both players, but Sean's still ahead with the ace high. It goes check, check to a turn. 7 of diamonds brings home the front door, a diamond draw. Check, check to river ace. That's going to hit Sean. We'll see if Sigma pays anything off here. I don't think he will. He did check the action. Quick call there by Sigma. Queen high could be good there sometimes. We'll just see if his cards could have been wrong there, but it was only 5,000, so maybe pay for the little education as well.
Dealer's looking at me like you're an idiot. What are you doing? I was like, oh, some guys look at the live stream, they're like, too late, that's on record.
Sean under the gun here looking at an ace-10 suited. See what he makes this one here. He's just going to limp in for 4,000. Interesting to see what happens here. John folds, Flowers in the hijack folds, Kevin folds, Sigma on the button with pocket 3s. He's going to limp in as well. Sam, king 4 in the small blind, decides to let that one go. Kenny, big blind. He's reaching for raising chips. He's going to squeeze play here. He's going to raise it up to 12. Sean snap calls, and Sigma wants to see if he can catch a 3 as he's cutting out some calling chips. And we're going to go 3 players to a flop here on a pretty decent pot. 42,000 already in this pot. Good swinging at pot here. And a flop of a 10, jack, 5, 2 diamonds. That's going to lock in Sean. He's going to have a second pair nut flush draw. Kenny's open-ended. He's going to bet this one out 15,000. You might even see Sean raising this one here. But he is just going to call. Sigma gets out of the way with the pocket trays. And so a big turn card here for Kenny, looking for an ace or a 9. But that is the wrong 9. The straight does get home for Kenny, but Sean has the nut flush. $25,000 bet there for Kenny with only about 100 behind. Sean here's going to be playing his hand face up if he raises here, but I still don't know if Kenny can get away with it since he does have the king high redraw for the diamonds. He's already committed so much to this pot. It's really close to being folding territory if you just give Sean credit for the flush, but Sean's just going to call here. So no matter what happens, we're going to see a river. And if it's a diamond, but it is an ace, that does bring a bigger straight out there. No, I'm sorry, that completes the Broadway straight that he didn't really need. Bet's 40. Yeah, diamond would have been it. My first assessment was pretty much it. Diamond's about the only thing that he could possibly get away from, because right now Sean's going to raise this up. Yeah. So that's going to be it. Kenny just could not get away from it at any point, and I don't necessarily blame him there. As the dealer checks to see here, make sure that he had him out chipped. Might not have had him out chipped. Kevin here, all in, going to get through it, pick up some blinds and antes here.
Nuts is still hurting.
There's a 10x raise after this. Over 10x. 14x raise. I thought a diamond was in my hand. I was like, no diamond. More peanut. More no, I think I was told in this exact situation.
Sigma on the hijack looking down at 9-8. Going to raise this one up, try to take some blinds here, raising up to 15,000. Going to work on Sam. Kenny on the button though. He's going to go all in for his 49,000. So Sigma here trapped himself into a corner. Bet 34 when 20 might have been enough to get the same amount of information. Does have to fold and let that one go.
I just didn't want to do it again and make the flush when you make it straight, so I figured
I'll make the flush this time.
oh yeah? I would have made it straight then. I definitely had a lot of straight possibilities.
Queen jack spade.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, we could have both made straight.
I just want to take it down right there.
Queen jack of spades, that's the one I knocked the two people out to get the front of it.
I heard about that.
Blinds are 2,000, 4,000 with a $4,000 ante. Kevin here under the gun with Queen Jack off suit. Tough position here with the Queen Jack. Needs to raise it up or let it go. Does go ahead and just call here. Sigma 8-3 suited. Lets that one go. Fold in around to Kenny. I cut off with pocket fives. Might be able to sneak in with a flop here on a limp. No, but he's going to go ahead and raise this one up. Looks like 10, 15 straight to play. Kevin here is probably going to have to come along with his chip stack. So we're going to be heads up to a flop pocket fives versus Queen Jack off suit. 2, 3, 4, about the best flop you can ask for without hitting a 5 here for Kenny. So he's going to be reaching for chips. 40,000 in the middle. It looks like he's going to be betting 15 of it. Kevin unfortunately has no part of any of that and won't be able to come along. So good raise and a good bet there by Kenny.
He didn't like it. I thought the ace made his hand, and I think he didn't like it. You were like, why is he betting? I got the nuts. He had a pretty damn good hand.
Yeah, I was definitely betting, and he's like, okay, I guess I'll call. I guess I'll keep calling.
Hollywood is a little bit there.
A little bit.
He wouldn't look at me.
That was also what he said.
Yeah, thank you. Trying to live up to I looked real scared, like, turn his head around, standing, queen jack, just have a jack. What is going on, dude? He gets pruned a little bit, now all of a sudden he's firing it up.
Nuts kicked in, and now I gotta pick my vagina up and come back.
I'm trying to watch the live stream. It's going beep, 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 beep.
I can't wait to watch the live stream. I'm gonna watch that.
Yeah, you want to see what
I want to see every hand.
Oh, the announcer's got a filthy.
That's great. Does he really? Live stream. He's so soft-spoken. He can hear us. He's such a soft-spoken.
We're looking for three players. Those 3 players are going to bag and tag their stack.
No hand this time.
I wasn't trying to show the other one. Show one, show all.
Show one, show both. We don't do that here.
Show one.
But
That's a big hand.
I gotta have something.
That's a big hand. If you limp in, if you limp in, that's huge. Suited king, fuck, that's nuts. Well, what? Well, then I fold when he comes over the top. I'm not gonna play for all king deuce.
Well, no, but she's saying he gives you more chips.
Yeah, if you trap me, you get that. You're not gonna get any more.
Kenny here under the gun, ace tray offsuit. Gonna let that one go. Folding around. Not much to look at here. Kevin at 9-6 on the button decides to make the call. Blinds are up 2,500 at 5,000 at 5,000. Sam in the big blind checking his options. So we're going to go heads up to a flop. 4, 10, 8 gut shot here for Kevin. He's going to bet this one out, and it's going to work. Sam lets his go, so Kevin there picks up the big blind and an ante there.
What are we playing down to 3? Yes. So a couple more years, hours.
Switching dealers here. 7 players remaining. We're looking for 5 to cash, 3 to bag. $5,000 to play any of these hands now. John, middle position, looking down at King 6 suited, grabbing some raising chips here. And actually, he's going to shove all of them in. Try to pick up the blinds before they make it over to him, hoping that nobody wakes up in any of the blinds with a hand. And it looks like it's going to work, as Kenny's not going to be able to call with the King 5. So good timing, good awareness there by John, picking up some blinds and antes. Kevin's going to call 5,000 in the hijack. Sigma raise it up to 30 with the ace jack. Sam on the button going to shove 34,000. Not much left in his stack, and this is the best hand he's seen in a little bit. Sigma here probably going to have to make the call for sure. Kevin may even come along as well. Now it looks like Kevin did lay it down. Sigma going to like the position that he's in, sharing a card with Sam. Sam looking for a queen. He's got queens and diamonds covered. Flop of ace, 8, king. Now he's got some more outs with a 10. King, no help, looking for a queen and only a queen. 7 is not going to do it, and Sigma is going to eliminate Sam in 7th place. Good run there for Sam. Never had a whole lot to work with this entire tournament. Sort of doubled up early and sat on that stack. Didn't catch much cards. Made what he had, what was given to him, work. But in the end, could not outrun the blinds. When you're not catching the cards, it definitely is a little more difficult. You got to find your positions to make some money where you can, and he just never found himself in any place to really make any moves and didn't have any cards to back him up. So regardless, well played by Sam, getting just real close to the money here in this flight A, and we are down to 6. So this is going to be the bubble for cash, and then they're going to play to 2 more eliminations for the bag.
Somebody had like 2,000. Pretty good.
Pretty good for 300, yeah. Shut up, Mike. We said we were going to talk about
It was a cool one.
aces versus kings. Aces. No, I had kings.
Yeah, he would be like, shut up. That's not something.
All in there by a quick all in and a call. These players are going to have the same hand here. So dealer Carlos doing his diligence here to make sure to see who is at risk. Counting up the chips here. John and Kenny both waking up here, getting it all in with the ace 8. Kenny is of the suited variety, looking for some clubs.
And the only player on the table that had enough to really make it a difference.
Yeah, he was up a bunch of them.
Like he had 12 and I had like.
Some people would argue that Kenny's hand is slightly better because he has the flush draw. I've heard many people say, well, yeah, but John has 2 flush draws.
And he's going to sit down. I said, oh, no, let me sit to the left of you because he's a good player. And he sits down and gets pocket aces. I get pocket kings. And I fucking, my almost that.
He does the same thing.
And I'm like, why
It wasn't
did I?
for 2,000.
And then after about 10 minutes, we're like, hey, why did you give him your seat? I was like, oh, shit.
Oh, man. Ace 8 versus ace 8.
Yeah.
Good luck, ace 8.
Yeah, good luck, anything. Come on, clubs. Come on, clubs. Come on, clubs. No offense, is it?
Oh, look at the diamond.
Jack 8, Jack, no help. Running clubs for Kenny. There's some outs here.
God, don't do it.
Kenny, any club, and we have a huge upset here.
Oh, my God.
Does not happen.
That was sick. I didn't even think you could get there like that.
You know what happened? They have now 10 viewers of this stream instead of 7.
Everybody's calling. Look at this hand.
These guys are terrible.
So players chop up that pot there. Lines are 2,500 to 5,000 with a 5,000 ante. Sigma in the hijack going to raise this up to 15,000 with the ace queen offsuit. Fold around to John in the small blind. 7 at 3 is suited, going to let that one go. Flowers in the big blind, 10,000 more for him to call. He's got a lot of chips. A suited little one gapper here at 9-7. I like the call here. Sigma is about the only person that, or Flowers is the only person. Flowers did not want to see a call there. Sigma going to take a huge lead on here. Flowers does flip up a pair, so he's going to come along and see exactly what this can turn into. Some running clubs or a 9 or a 7 to take this one away. 8 does give him a lot more outs even. So Flowers is backed into a corner and not going to go anywhere. He can catch a 6, a club, a 9. Tons of outs here and misses all of them. Too many out syndrome here. Tough, tough, tough for Flowers. Sigma going to continue firing here, and Flowers going to let that one go. So it's going to be a big pot there for Sigma. Dodging all the bullets there. And that's going to move Sigma pretty close to the chip lead. 338 in Sigma's stack, 379 in Flowers.
I mean, he's got straight draw, flush draw. He's got a monster. Exactly what I had. Yeah. And a pair.
And hello to Janice in the chat. Good to see you. We're getting down to the nitty gritty, the very end of this flight A.
You can't check once he checks it to me on the wrist. I gotta bet now. And I don't want him to see a free card.
We're not doing the whole C free card thing here.
15,000 direct. Wow, with our stack sizes, I don't need that.
Kitty and the hijack going to raise this one up to 15 with the ace-6 offsuit. John here on the button lets his hand go. Flowers, nothing in the small blind. Kevin pitching in the chips there to defend with a jack-10 offsuit. So we're going to go heads up. $10-8-7, a big flop here for Kevin. Goes check, check. We're going to see a turn 9. Kevin does get there with a jack high straight. He's going to bet this one out and bet it out all the way, actually. And Kenny has the bottom end. Can he get away from it? He's got the bottom end of it. Can he get away from it? Still got 100,000 in chips, Kenny. You can fold it. Yep, he does fold the 6.
Wow. You're pulling a straight 6-handed. God.
Yeah, and Kevin rewards him for his good discipline there. So good fold there by Kenny. Tough fold, but was the correct one. Kevin might have got away with some smaller bets there. Might have got him to call a little bit more.
That's what I said. I got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I know you got the jack. For sure. That's why I said I played with you enough. I know you not quick.
So John and Kenny both under 100K in chips, need to find something to come along with.
For anybody else, you know that. It's just fun for you.
Kenny raising it up to 15,000 under the gun with Queen Jack offsuit. Flowers on the button with Ace-10 offsuit. Still has some chips to play with. Got to be careful a little bit. Kenny is in that all-in territory. May have to call off quite a bit of chips if he catches a piece of this flop, but he does make the call. Oh no, he made a 3-bet. That's even better. That puts Kenny at a choice for all of his chips or fold. Sigma is going to ruin the party, though, wanting to come in on the big blind with a little bit of a discount, but not quite that much. But he has 10-7 suited. So Kenny here, tough to proceed after Sigma comes along. But it's only 22,000 more, but it's still for a quarter of his chips. When you got Queen Jack, hoping to have at least live cards, maybe some overcards to some pairs. You can put Sigma on any pocket pair pretty much that you could have overs to, but Flowers 3-bet is pretty strong. But he is going to come along. Cannot help it. So we're going to go 3 ways to a 6-figure pot here. Queen Jack, Ace-10, 10-7. Carlos with the flop Deuce 7 deuce. Actually going to hit Sigma out of all of them and checks it in flow over to Flowers. Flowers going to take a stab at it. No, he's going to check it through. So we're going to go to a turn. King on the turn. That's going to kill Sigma's hand. Even though he's still ahead, it's going to. But he did pick up a flush draw. So Sigma is still very much mentally alive in this hand. 8 on the river. We all know that Sigma's got the check mark here. Going to bet out 25,000. Hoping nobody woke up with the king here on the turn. Flowers here probably wondering why he didn't try to bet this one on the turn, having the button position. Could have taken that one away in his mind, but Sigma wasn't going to go anywhere. Picked up the diamond draw on the turn. The only way that he could have done that, anything there, was to raise up Sigma's last bet, which again is tough to do. He is second in chips, only 2 Sigma. The other players well behind him, and you can't win this tournament tonight. These players really need to keep that in their mind. I didn't stress that quite enough, uh, but for those that know, when you're playing these flighted structures, you can't win the tournament on day one. You're just trying to bag and survive, and that needs to play a part in these players' minds. They need to realize that there's 6 players left, and only half of them get to go into day 2 into the money. And those bags are so valuable. You get to add 2 bags together, and if you get that third bag, that $500 bonus. So there's no real reason to commit ICM suicide right now. Sigma and Flowers have battled it out twice, and there's not much reason to just yet. Kevin going to move all in with his ace 10 offsuit, 155,000. Folds all the way around to the big blind. Sean can let that one go. So Kevin going to pick up a round of blinds there. I don't mind the aggressive play. He's got plenty of chips to make even the big stacks want to fold. So bully people around while you can.
Under the truck?
He was drunk.
That's the most dangerous spot to be in.
Well, and the truck owner was another guy. So,
Exactly. He was the guy that faded it.
yeah. I think it's actually very realistic.
Where is this at? The fort?
No, it's here.
I don't think it's the most dangerous.
And then when they went out there and told the motherfucker to get out from under the truck, they said the police are in route. They were just fucking with him. He goes, "Like the police can't get me for sleeping in my own driveway."
Maybe he owns this place. It's not the most dangerous place, though. I would say laying down on I-35 might be more dangerous.
Kenny on the button looking down to 7-4 offsuit. Going to raise this one up, trying to make a move on these blinds here. Sean in the small blind, King 8 suited. Not going to work as he's going to replay back at him. Big read there by Sean to be able to see that Kenny maybe doesn't want to play for all of it, or does, but he doesn't. So he lets it go. So good read there by Sean, or just felt like he was kind of in between there and can't really call that pre-flop and fold anything with that much behind for Kenny. So he just decided to go ahead and try to put it in all at that point. But and if Kenny was exactly what he was doing, he could get him to fold. So good play there by Sean. Kevin under the gun with ace, queen suited. Is he going to ship it all in here again? He's starting to get up there to where it's getting a little bit hard to just ship it all in, but not too hard for him. Almost, yep, all in there. Getting the cutoff, jack 10 off suit, lets that one go. Sean on the button, not going to call with king 8. John. Kevin's been doing this pretty regularly, but he's had it every time. Maybe John might think that he's just mucking around, but he has had it, and he does have it this time as well. Flower is not going to call with his king 4, so that's 2 hands that Kevin has picked up. A good 6, 12, 15, 30,000 in chips. Kevin shows his hand to let everybody know that he's not doing this lightly.
So I can understand if you're an alcoholic and you get something, then just Uber everywhere. But if you're that out of control. I stopped last year, but I was never addicted. I just got achy every time I'd have a drink. So I'm just like, I'm not doing it.
Yes, sir.
It just
Do it again, Kevin. Do it again. Like this time, don't have ace queen. Have like deuce 3 or something.
yeah, he's definitely going to do with the dirty tape, for sure.
Yeah, man. I mean, come on. You can bluff us. Here's the $800.
Oh, me?
John on the button, king, queen of spades, going to find a spot to put his last 74,000 in. Kevin laying down a big hand there, king at 10 suited, but it was a good laydown. He was way, way behind the king, queen of John. Sean there poking fun at Kevin for laying down such a good looking hand. But it's really not. Kevin right in the middle of the pack at that 173,000. He's 100 behind Sean, who's in third, behind Flowers, who's behind Sigma with 412, the big stack. They're needing one more elimination to at least get their money back on this flight. That's why you see these guys playing it pretty carefully. Flowers on the button here with my favorite hand, 7-5 suited, reaching for some raising chips. Going to raise it up. Just a min raise to 12. Kevin waking up with a queen at 10 of clubs. It's a min raise to the bigs, only 1.5 bigs to Kevin's. Going to make that call with the queen 10. Sigma looking down at king 10 offsuit. Going to make that call as well. So 3 ways to a flop.
Oh, no. Advance. Double advance.
3, 10, 6, all hearts. No help to any player. Kevin and Sigma both having top pair. All the hearts, making it easier to keep this pot small. Otherwise, that could be a small wreck. Sigma's going to even check his 2-pair turned. 9 on the river doesn't change anything. So Sigma here with 2-pair, but just really scared of the hearts. But he does go ahead and bet out 25,000. Kevin could look him up. He's got a 10. Oh, he makes a great fold.
Too good.
Great fold there by Kevin. A lot of people would have looked that up, knowing that the only thing that they can't beat is the king, and they might have heard from that king on the turn. He really wanted to look up Sigma there, but chose not to.
That's probably your highlight of the tournament. Everybody on the internet's like, why is not holding the second?
Diamonds on me, y'all. Sure he does.
Give you a walk last
Folding all the way around here. Sigma going to call with the 6-4 offsuit. Kenny going to check his option with a 9-4 offsuit. 4, 5, 7. Good flop there for Sigma. Ooh, and Kenny's going to move all in. And Sigma is going to be super tinted. He does call, yes, because it's not that much. He's got to call. He's going to see that he's behind Kenny, but he has the outs, the open ended. And if he hits the top end of his open ended, that'll give Kenny the redraw to open ended. Kenny has the running diamond draw as well. A diamond on the turn would take away a lot of Sigma's outs. And that's exactly what happens. Jack on the river, no help, so Kenny's going to get the full double up here, courtesy of Sigma. And that, guys, is why it's okay to give the short stack a walk. He almost did it. He almost gave Kenny the walk, but just couldn't do it. And end up getting the full double up there on Kenny. Breathe some life back into him.
No other dealer does this. No, he dislikes him that much. He's like, just play better, dude. You should fold better.
Sigma is still over 400,000 though, almost a 100,000 chip lead. So no harm, no foul to his stack.
That's probably why he's dealing these terrible cards.
But these players just need to keep in mind that it's not about winning today. It's just about getting that first bag under the belt. John under the gun with pocket threes. He's going to ship this one all in, try to pick up some blinds here. Got a decent enough stack to get away from. Now Sigma on the button wakes up with ace 5 suited. A lot of the newer solvers say that this is a call here. Almost a quarter of a stack though. When he can fold and not feed another short stack. I personally hate any call with ace 5 suited. You're dead to every single ace. You don't even have 2 overs to a pair. Unfortunately, this for John, this is the one situation where he does have 2 overs to the pair of threes. Luckily for Sigma. So he does make the call. He's going to gamble here to try to eliminate a person. John looking to dodge any ace, any 5, or any too many clubs. Dealer John puts out a flop. Queen, Jack, 6, 2 spades, needs running clubs, a 5 or an ace. 5 on the turn. Does take the lead. John now looking for a 3 or a spade and gets there. John stays alive with the 4th spade, had his backpack on his shoulder. Mark it down. He used the backpack trick. Cannot use that anymore tonight. Makes the 4th spade and gets the full double up courtesy of Sigma, who is now effectively tied for the chip lead with Flowers. You cannot make it up. Big double up there for John, and well deserved. The man has played impeccable poker today. If I find this guy later in the tournament or in day 2 with a lot of chips, do not count him out, players. He's made a lot of good moves, a lot of good reads, a lot of good 3-bets. This gentleman definitely has some tournament chops. I've unfortunately never seen him before, but look forward to meeting him. Kevin and the hijack going to call ace 9 offsuit. Sigma coming along in the cutoff as well. Sean on the small blind completes, and John with his newfound chips checks his option, 8-7 offsuit. Some possible train wreck flops here with all these middling cards. Carlos puts out a flop of ace, jack, Trey. That's going to give a top pair to Kevin, who's going to immediately make a bet of all of his chips in dramatic fashion. And it's going to work.
That's really pretty hand. 7-5 of hearts.
Sir, don't be splashing.
I had a straight by twos.
Hand number 131.
What's the fucking customer? There's still money in the pot. Is that from someone else? Okay, Nancy, I got it. I thought he didn't give him enough.
Yeah, I think big blind usually puts a.
Okay, and well, I believe.
Kenny in the 2 seat here with his 66,000 chip stack. Need to find a good double up.
There you go. Now I have a chance of winning some flip shit.
Every orbit costing him about a fifth of his stack.
The worst deal gets a hand job, and this guy didn't.
And the blinds only going up from here.
This motherfucker's a train wreck expert, so.
He gives me
Yes, I think he's got a fucking degree.
He gives me ace five clubs, and I make a great call. He gives me a
He's
5
like
on the turn,
a
and then
doctor.
he gives him running spades.
Captain Cooler over here.
6 players left in this flight A. Only 5 make the money. And only 3 get to go to day 2.
I don't know if I could have seen the turn. I would have went on.
Kenny, just what he needs. Ace King in the cutoff here. Raise it up 66,000. Sean on the button here. Takes a look at the chip stack. Takes a look at that players behind him looking at their stacks. Goes ahead and lets it go. Wanted to call that, but there's too many people behind him to act on it, is probably what he was thinking. Flowers in the big blind. Last chance to call off Kenny here. 60,000 is still just enough for Flowers' stack. Don't know if he wants to risk that much with King Deuce. And he's going to go ahead and let that one go. I don't think there's any reason for him to call that and possibly double up the short stack. Sean really wanted to call him there, but at the end of the day, it had 2 actors behind him.
Time to skyhook.
You always have the best animals. It's not really fun.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of like, nuts. Every time. Who gives a fuck? The people that want to win your chips do. You're not giving them away. Yeah. Look at these blocks. You can see them.
Kenny now looking down at 10-8 suited. He's going to make that call, try to see a cheap flop. Hand with a lot of potential. Flowers in the small blind looking down at 8-5 offsuit, lets that one go. And Kevin checking his option. King, queen suited. Could have put Kenny to a test for all of his chips there. Instead, we see a flop of 7 tray ace. That's going to lock down the action on both players. First person to bet going to take this one down. Goes check, check to a turn. Another 7. Who wants to fire? 20,000 out there. Somebody fire 10,000. Well, now you can't. 2 pair on the board. Kevin's king high going to be best there. So best hand still came out on top.
Oh my God, where's the other spade? Can't get cooler than every time.
Players are being meticulous. On the money bubble. 3 away from the bag bubble.
They have to be suited.
Couldn't make myself bet right there, and I should have. The cushion, I could have bet right there and took it down.
Kenny now into the gun looking at pocket queens. It's kind of an awkward place to raise, so he's just got to ship it. Doesn't have quite the chip stack to make any significant raise without going all in. John here in the cutoff, 179,000. It'd be for almost half his stack. Let's go the king jack. Great fold there. Flowers and Kevin Sigma waking up with pocket eights. He's going to have to make this call.
How much is it?
Yep. You heard him say it. He's got a call. It's for about a quarter of his chip stack.
Flip eventually, right?
You're not flipping, Sigma.
We technically can't answer it.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm still in the hand. Still the set.
I have an answer for you, but
75,000.
All right, I call.
That's
yeah,
a
you
call.
have to make a
Sigma's going to make the call. And he's going to see that he's way behind here,
I got 2
which
flush.
shows the pocket eight. It's going to need a lot of hearts or an 8 on this flop. And he gets the 8 right on the flop. Ace 10. Kenny needing a queen. Needing a queen or a jack on this river. Does not
If I say it, then I want to.
happen.
Hey,
Does not happen. And Kenny is eliminated. Great run by him. 6th place. Got it in with the best of it. Got unlucky. I think we saw him briefly on the stream earlier. Got moved to an outer table. Came back and fought all the way to 6th place. Great game there by Kenny. Like I said, got it in best, but did not work out in his favor, unfortunately. Sigma didn't do anything wrong. Had to call with his chip stack and the pocket pair, short-handed, trying to make it elimination.
You're welcome, guys.
Thanks, Mike. You got a bad beat, dude. That was ridiculous. Your dad was playing good, man.
My kids are gonna love watching that one. Fold, fold, fold. They never see me do.
Sigma here going to call the 8,000. We'll see if we can get the table audio back here. Check. Sean still ahead here with the jack. Nothing going here. So Sean going to take this one down. Blinds are up there. Once again, sorry for losing the table audio there. And we will see what we can do about that table audio. Until then, I'm just going to have to keep commentating, and you'll just have to listen to me alone. Sorry about that. Sigma in the cutoff here going to raise it up to 20,000 with the ace 6 suited. Sean going to play his button with calling the 20,000 with the king 10 of spades. And here's John in the small blind, the short stack, pocket queens, a raise and a call behind him. He's only got 150,000 in his stack. I don't hate just shipping it and taking this free 40,000, but it looks like he put put in the call? No, he's gonna do a yeah, he's gonna do a 3-bet here to 60, and that's gonna bring along a Sigma. And Sean here gonna be an awkward. So all three players going to a big 180,000 plus pot. Jack, Jack, 9, 2 diamonds. No help to any player. John immediately shoves, and Sean and Sigma are just going to have to give up this one just like that. Interesting play there by John. But got maximum money out of it, and that's going to move him towards the top. And I said it about 20 minutes ago. Don't let me catch this guy with some chips. He has shown too many good moves on this feature table. He's probably going to be mad at me for streaming most of his play. If anybody goes back and watches this, they're going to know to stay away from this guy. Sean here in the cutoff going to call the 8,000 with the queen at 10 offsuit. John folding his button. Flowers in the small blind, waking up with king at 10, completes it to the big. Kevin going to check his options. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. Queen 10, king 10, jack 9, some train wreck possibilities going on. 8, 10, 2. Pretty decent flop here for Kevin. Up and down a straight draw. Top pair for Sean and Flowers. But Flowers in the catbird seat with the king kicker. Could see some action. Flowers going to be the one betting this out. Kevin not going anywhere. 40,000 is the bet. Kevin's going to call. Sean here. Not a kind of a tough call here with queen at 10. Both players, you could be ahead, but Flowers could be betting out with pretty much anything here in the small blind. Kevin could have exactly what he has, and you could still feel that you're ahead with the queen 10. And so that's why he's going to raise it up. That's exactly what his thought process probably was. And now Flowers in the awkward position. Thought that he was best on this flop. Then he sees a call and a raise behind him. Does he feel like both of these players are possibly on that draw? Kevin's only got 135,000 behind. Sean raised it up to 125,000. So it's going to be about 3/4 of Kevin's stack to make this call. So Flowers has to imagine that it's not just the 125 that he's looking at. He's looking at Kevin's whole stack. And he might fold the best hand here. And I wouldn't hate it if he does. Again, these guys can't win this tournament today. You cannot win the tournament in Flight A. You are playing for survival. And that is the path that Flowers chooses. Kevin grabbing both chips and puts them in the middle and says it's time. And Sean here just going to get a chip count. He's obviously can't fold. He just wants a count. Dealer John getting the chips counted of Kevin. Kevin can't reach very far, so when he pushes his chips out too far, they just kind of go everywhere. Cards are on their backs. Jack 9. Kevin needing a queen, a 7, or some running hearts to stay alive in this Flight A. And Sean needing all of the other cards. There's a board pairing 8, no help to either player, and on the river a tray, and we have lost Kevin. Kevin goes out. And will collect his min cash for the tournament. So in for 65, out for 100. So no harm, no foul to him, just lost time, which probably he's more angry about than anyone. But I fully expect him to punch his ticket at some point this week. Kevin is a very good poker player, excellent tournament player, and fully expect to see him bag and tag this week. John going to raise this one up to 16 with the 9-8 suited. Sigma in the small blind is going to go ahead and complete with a king 9. We're going to go a heads up to a flop. 8, 9, 10. Big flop here for John and Sigma. Sigma, any pair, feels pretty good four-handed. John not going to play this slowly, though. He's going to go ahead and bet this out with a wet board like that. Lots of draws out there. Depending on how much he bet, Sigma may put in one more call here. It's only second pair, but it just feels like so much more when you're only four-handed. He does make the call. Let the graphics catch up here. And whatever the graphics say, yeah, we see a jack on the turn and an instant shove there by John, and Sigma has to let it go. So big, big, big play there. The graphics fell behind a little bit there. And so the jack on the turn brought the one-liner straight on the board, and John fearlessly puts in his whole stack, hoping that Sigma did not need that jack, and he did not. So he folds. And John's chip stack gets even bigger. Folds on around 2. Sigma 9-10 suited in the small blind. 4,000 to complete it to the big. He's actually going to raise this one up. 19,000. Sean with the jack 10 of the big blind is going to make that call. We're going heads up. Pretty decent flop. Sean and Sigma. 6, 3, 5, 2 hearts. Plenty of reasons for to continue here, but it looks like it goes a quick check, check. King on the turn. Sigma is finally going to bet this one out here, and it may just get through. And it does. Big bet there by Sean, or by Sigma to get Sean to fold. So Sean, your current chip leader at 467, John at 350, Sigma at 295, and Flowers at 234. This is the effective day 2 bubble here. 4 players remaining. Next person eliminated gets a $100 min cash, and all 3 of their bags get tagged. So the next person out moves the next 3 people forward. So very, very important. Sean going to raise this one up. Ace 5 suited to 20,000. John here in the big blind. Going up against the chip leader here with pocket 9s. See if he just makes this call or if he decides to go ahead and raise it. He did 3-bet him to 60, and he did it a moment ago too, and Sean saw his hand then, so I wonder if this is going to play into it. He is going to make this call. So this could be a tournament swinging pot here. It's 128,000, but it's between the 2 biggest stacks. 5 king queen on this one here. Sean is going to go check every time here. Let's see what the turn brings. 3 of spades. Sean here with a pair of 5s. It's going to go check again. So Sean maybe just trying to get down to some showdown equity with his pair period, but he's going to see that it's no good, and John's going to pick that one up. Yeah, Sean just trying to get to the showdown with his pair. Any pair is pretty good 4-handed, but needed more than that 5. John and Sean both effectively tied at the top. Sigma and Flowers not terribly far behind. No one on life support. Sigma going to raise this one up 6-5 offsuit under the gun. Trying to pick up some blinds here. A good tournament strategy. Let's just see if it works out, if no one wakes up with anything. And Flowers is going to have to fold his, so good timing there by Sigma. Picks up a free 20,000 in chips. Flowers is going to sit here and put on a show for a minute. Let Sigma know that he's not that easy to push around, but definitely is going to fold. So good pickup there by Sigma, especially hurting the guy that's the next shortest stack that had the most in that pot with the big blind and the ante. Sean here going to be the first to act with the queen deuce offsuit under the gun. Lets that one go. John 8 deuce on the button, folding as well. Flowers with the queen 8. Looks like he's just going to complete the big blind. So action will be on Sigma to decide. He checks his option with a 5-3, and we're going heads up to a flop of 3 king 6. Flowers missing completely. Sigma bottom pair goes ahead and bets out 10,000. Flowers here, not anything and doing, has to let this one go. And the players are going to take a quick break. I don't think it's going to take the full 15 minutes, but I believe we're going to get the microphone fixed before we come back from the break. Don't go anywhere. You've stayed here this long. Come join me and get down to this final three. We only need one more elimination. Again, players are going to take a quick break. I don't think we're going to be gone the full 15 minutes, but like I said, don't go anywhere. We will see who are the first uh, three qualifiers for the Summer Jam 2 as we bag and tag on this fly day coming up right after this break. And we are back. 4 left. There can only be 3. Got the table audio back up and going for you guys. Sean, the current chip leader with 402,000. John right behind him, 390,000. Sigma not too far behind at 317. And Flowers, the short stack at 211. The blinds are going to be making something happen here. It's not the worst, but it's not the best. Let's see what happens here. The computers come back from the break here. It looks like Flowers is lipping in on the button. And it might have been a raise there. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, it looks like it was looks like if Flowers raises to 20 and Sigma's going to 3-bet to 80 with pocket sixes. Decision time here for Flowers. Does he want to hang his hat on ace-9 offsuit? It's the first time he's ever looked at his hand and then put the chip back on the card. I think he's going to make this call. Definitely seeing body movement out of him that I haven't noticed before. He's either going to put it all in or I think you might have to put it all in. I don't think you can quite call here. Like I said, he's going to let it go. Yeah, that one was hard for him. Again, I've never seen him look at his cards and then recap the cards, count out his chips like that. That was a difficult fold for Flowers for sure. He can't make many more of those folds. Putting it in or folding, one or the other. He's still got plenty of fold equity in a stack, even to the big stacks. He's got almost 200,000 in chips. That's half of either one of the chip leaders' stacks. Sigma on the button with queens. The aggression last hand. And this one here. Now let's see how much he can make this without blowing him completely out of the water. Looks like a bet to 40. 45. Sean lets his go. John not going to wake up with anything either, so this one's going to just get straight through. But good sizing there by Sigma. He was too cheap to let just any 2 cards in, but big enough to where if you got a call, you got most of the trash out of the way. And now Flowers in the big blind for 20,000 worth, 10 big and 10 in the ante. Sigma on a heater here, going to be waking up under the gun with king, queen offsuit. He's going to raise it up again, looks like 40. Both the small and the button. Now Flowers with the pocket sixes. Fold or all in. Since Sigma showed the pocket queens last hand, that's going to play into Flowers not feeling like he's just being too crazy. If Sigma had hid those pocket queens, he'd get snap ripped into here. But since Sigma did show the queens, that's telling Flowers that he's not completely out of the rocker, but he's going to shove it in there anyway. And Sigma going to make this call? Not real sure. No, it doesn't look like he does. King Queen, not good enough, but good fold there by Sigma. King Queen is dominated too often of the time. You're just hoping your opponent has jacks or less pocket pair, but you run into the Ace Queen, Ace King a lot, and you're drawn pretty thin, especially coming up into the big blind here. So good pickup there by Flowers to get some of those chips that he lost back. Sean under the gun here, not catching anything after this break, and neither has John. We'll see if he wakes up with anything on the button. Jack 10 suited, real pretty. Time to put some of those chips to work. Maybe raise this one up to about 40 or 50. Looks like he did just that. Raise it up to 50. Flowers with a real pretty hand. Queen, Jack suited. Pretty gross hand to get four-handed. But John is not one to get out of line just yet. Sigma waking up with absolutely nothing in the big blind, so that one's going to do that for him. And John's going to pick himself up a couple blinds and antes there. Sean now in the big blind hasn't really gotten anything the last few hands. Players may see him as just laying back, but he has been anything but, just hasn't had anything at all. Dealer Kevin needing to reset the hand here. There he goes. I'll let the graphics catch up here. John going to fold his cards under the gun here. Flowers on the button. Has the position and the most equity here to raise it up, and he does do a min raise. Ooh, Flowers has pocket kings. Well disguised pocket kings too. Raise it up to 20, which is not that much. Sigma's going to call the 20 with the ace 5 of diamonds. Ace trade call for Sean. Flowers going for maximum value here, getting two people to come along. Diamond in the window, two diamonds with the top set of kings. Get ready, folks. Here we go. Sigma, gut shot, 8 high flush draw. Sean, nut flush draw. Flowers, top set. No way that this isn't getting in at least 2 out of 3 of these positions here. Sigma's going to bet it under the gun. Sean going to raise it up to 75,000. Flowers going to rip in the rest of his stack here. Sigma is going to hold up the show by thinking for ages. That's my prediction. Flowers playing coy here. There's no shot that he's not putting the rest of his stack in here. He's just got Sigma behind him here and wants to bring him along as well. There he goes across the line into the middle. And Sigma definitely now down to the part of that thinking that I was talking about. Oh, he's shaking. He doesn't. Oh, he wants to so bad. He wants to so bad, but he doesn't want to. Oh, he did it. He did it way faster than I expected him to. And Sean here is under a dilemma. He does have the nut flush draw. He's literally drawing to the nuts. Could have a monster stack going into day 2 here. But again, what's more important, the tag or the whole bag? Could have a monster stack going into day 2 here. Did he call or did he fold? He's got his hand face up. I think he called. And John, up out of his chair, please tell me we caught this on camera. Please let the graphics catch up before we run this out. Never had so much faith in Lorenzo until now. Let the graphics catch up, computer. Come on. So Sigma's moved all in, and I think Sean's still thinking about it. Yeah, it looks like Sean is still contemplating here. He's got his hand face up, but they're not in the muck or anything. We do allow that here.
Ship there. How do you ship there? How do you ship there? I mean, I get
Sean
you
is
get it
thinking
obviously
about,
out.
is he thinking about the tag or the bag? Is he going to put it in? Is he going to think about the bag or is he just thinking about the tag? And he lays it down. He's thinking about the tag, not the bag, ladies and gentlemen. Woof. That's a tough, tough laydown there. And Sigma is going to love this laydown. And if Sigma gets a diamond here, you are going to see Sean lose his mind. So Sigma here out chipping Flowers, gets the chips back. Flowers here just says pair the board,
But I think we
end the
roll. Like
pain.
I don't know. I'm not trying to
Any
say
six or any diamond, and Sigma has outturned the flop set of kings. Three no good. Does outs. Queen no good either. Full double up for
like straight country.
Flowers. So Sean feeling
Get a
better
six
about
or a
his
diamond or
fold.
anything else.
What a hand. A perfect setup hand there. So
God, you
Flowers
could have knocked the
gets
guy out. He played king so good.
567K. John
You played king
still maintains
so
his
good.
position there in second. Sean had to lay down the nut flush draw, and then Sigma, but Sigma still got almost 100K in chips. I mean, he's one good double up plus away from being right back in this. So nothing is set in stone just yet. Sean in the small blind, 10-9 offsuit, going to complete to the big. He actually raised it up to 35. John going to defend his big blind here. 10-9 versus King 7. 9-4 Queen. Middle pair here for Sean. Going to bet this out. John going to let this one go, and Sean picks up some chips there. They're still talking about that last hand.
Had me. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, you had me pretty wrapped up with diamond and a straight country. Yeah, I would have won the title.
Sean asking why Sigma reshoves there before he can act. I don't hate the reshove. I mean, if you just call, you know, you're letting your opponent in there. I don't know. It really doesn't matter. I don't think it matters whether he shoves or just calls there. But big choice to lay that down there by Sean. That shows that he's thinking about this game for sure. Like I said, you can't win on flight A. You're just trying to get in. Flight A, you're just trying to get a bag. You're just trying to punch your ticket to be in the money so you can play other flights, get your second bag, on your way to your third bag. You're just thinking about getting there. Sean here going to raise it to 40,000 on the button with pocket threes in the small blind. John, ace, jack, offsuit, going to call the 40. Flowers with a real pretty at 9 at 10 suited of spades. In the big blind, only 30 for him to come along. Could see a flop here with a lot of potential.
Anytime I can get a hand better than mine to pull left field, good play. Well, look at what you did. You had queen 10, he had king
He is going to call, and we're going to go three ways to a flop.
We can't see the card.
6 deuce king. No help to any player. To the aggressor go the spoils. John going to be the first one to act out here, taking the betting lead away from Sean on the button, betting 50,000. Flowers has to lay his hand down. Sean with pocket threes has to let it go, and John gets the chips.
So I got 91 and the blind is 50. You know what's cool though? This, if I can make this, it'll be my third bag.
Flowers and John creating some separation between Sean and Sigma. Definitely Sigma just under 100,000. Need to find a move here. Sean under the gun here. Pocket nines. Gonna raise this one up to 100,000. Basically saying not going anywhere. This was gonna cost you. And it's gonna go a quick fold to fold as no other players pick up anything else.
If I had someone in the booth telling me that Jack 4 was going to win, Robbie said.
I don't know, Chad. I'm seeing a few people laugh, and James getting a giggle out of that last hand, and Alfonso saying Ace 3 Diamonds definitely calling. Do you call there, guys? Do you call the all in there? You're drawn to the nuts, two other all ins. Again, you can't win in Flight A. Are you playing for the bag or are you playing for the tag? Flight A, you've got to get that tag. The bag doesn't matter. Get the bag later. Go for that tag first. That's the whole point in trying to get in these flights early. Get tag and bag early. That way you can concentrate on building later. I don't hate the fold one bit. Folds around two flowers on the button. Ace deuce off suit. Ace is pretty nice four-handed. Looks like he just made the call there. No, he raised up to 20. Sigma, liking the queen nine off suit, going to ship into 71,000. Sean here immediately wants a count. Seven, six off. Goes ahead and lets that one go. Flowers puts in 20. He almost has to call 60, unfortunately. He's sitting at 500K. It's not so much about the chips in his stack. It's about how much chips do you want to give to Sigma. It's definitely not the best place you want to put him on the table. But he does make the call. And we are looking for a queen or a nine. And Sigma also has diamonds and spades. So flowers ahead. Sigma looking for a queen, nine, ace on the flop. Not good for Sigma. 5 on the turn, 3 for a chop. Doesn't happen. And that is going to do it. Sigma gets the last min cash spot. And Flowers gets the elimination. And now we have our first 3 qualifiers. It took a while to get here, but the play was perfect. That could not have ended any better. Flowers, John, Sean, congratulations to you 3 for being the first qualifiers on this Summer Jam 2 $65 buy-in, $50,000 guarantee. These 3 gentlemen are guaranteed to come back this Sunday, August 25th at 1 p.m. to play for the money. All 3 are in the money. They are playing for more than the min cash, and they are now set for the rest of this week to play in more flights, bag again, and add to these stacks. These amounts that you see here on the screen are unofficial. They will be listed on our Facebook, along with the qualifiers from Peaks. Peaks had a couple qualifiers bag and tag tonight as well. So we already have 5 people into this day 2 on August 25th. 3 from Fort Worth, 2 from Peaks, coming back on August 25th. I will be crunching those numbers shortly. I should be getting them in the email shortly. I'll get them posted up on the Facebook, along with some photos of some of these guys, and get some more unofficial chip counts, but more official than what we see on stream there. But thank you for tuning in to this Summer Jam Flight A. We're going to do this again right here tomorrow, 6 p.m. on Facebook and on YouTube. And hopefully you are one of the ones sitting on the table instead of watching this on your phone. It's only $65. $10 gets you an additional 10,000 in chips, so 30,000 in chips for $75. You cannot beat that for a $50,000 guaranteed tournament. You have 7 flights left. Tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Look for me making a live update tomorrow. Look for me sending you a text to remind you. If you're on our texting list, I hope that you are. 6 p.m. tomorrow night, $65 entry plus a $10 instant bonus chip for 10,000 more chips. Best two bags forward. These guys are already 1/3 of the way to the triple bag bonus with 7 flights left. Come here tomorrow to Fort Worth. Go to Dallas Peaks if you're in the Dallas area. Poker House Peaks, Poker House Fort Worth. Play in this tournament. It's going to be a fantastic one. We're only one down, 7 to go. Thanks for tuning in. Shoot us any messages on Facebook if you have any questions. Otherwise, I hope to see you tomorrow night, 6 p.m., either at Poker House Fort Worth or at Poker House Peaks or right here on YouTube and Facebook live streaming this fantastic tournament. The Summer Jam 2 continues tomorrow, Flight B at 6 p.m.